5:30. I'm going to go ahead and open the meeting. Good evening. The January 19th, 2023 regular board meeting is being recorded. Anyone wishing to observe the meeting may do so via AVUHSD's YouTube channel. Individuals may take photographs or record meetings provided the individual's conduct does not constitute a disruption, including obstructing the view of others. B, roll call. Ms. Corona.
Present.
Ms. McGrady.
Present.
Mr. Sanchez.
Present.
Ms. Nguyen. Ms. Nguyen. And I'm present as well. And I do not see our student board member. He is absent. 2, closed session, public business from the floor. Closed session agendized items. Are there any comments from the public on closed session items?
I don't have any comments at this time.
Vivian, do you have any? I know you just got in. Do you have any comments on closed session items? All right, thank you. I just want to make sure. Okay, then we will go into closed session until approximately 6:30. Don't hold me to that. It might be an interesting one, but we will move to closed session at this time.
on campuses designed to increase student connection and engagement. Every comprehensive campus has a student support center where our students can receive mental health and wellness
the ranks. And eventually my sophomore year, I decided to run for the state office, and I ended up winning as the Regional 3 Vice President. And I was privileged to serve such a large region of California.
This is the National Honor Society Medal of Sports Medicine. I received it for being in sports medicine for 2 years, as well as holding a 3.5 GPA or higher throughout my 4 years in high school. I recommend the Academy 110%. It's one of the best things you could do in high school, especially if you love health.
I recommend it to anyone and everyone. It's just an amazing and fulfilling experience. And I know that my high school journey would not have been complete, and it wouldn't have been as amazing as it was without my involvement in the Academy and without my passion and discovering my passion for medicine and helping others.
So my uncle was a car mechanic. He showed me a little bit of stuff because I would see him when I was little working on cars, and it intrigued me to see what was happening. And from there, I found out Palmdale High School had an academy, and I decided to enroll in it. We learned the basics at first.
Radiances and different math problems. And then in the beginning of the year, we did electricity.
The business aspects, going hands-on, going through the paperwork, whatever it is, you'll be prepared.
It'll lead up to different courses, which can lead to building robots. And then you're allowed to take an elective, which is Solar Falcon Race Team, and you can build the car.
My teachers and my school support me by giving me the help I need.
They've just always been there, and to me, they are like a second family.
I selected this course because it's very interesting to me. I've been doing it since I was really young. I feel like I can do that in this course.
Growing up, I've always been around people that have been working hands-on. I've been trying to work. So I have always desired to want to put myself into something and put my best foot forward.
People should really enroll in a CTE class because it's hard work. It gets frustrating, but in the end, it pays off because engineering is a male-dominated field. So they bring us in to say, hey, we need more women, and it just came out to be a really good program.
Our program is a fully cohorted 4-year program. The students that take this course are normally attracted to the engineering industry, and they want to see what that is like. It is great to see some of the students that have come through the program, and now they are engineers at local engineering companies or defense contractors. They will see what an engineering student in a university would go through and prepare them for that.
Well, I wanted to challenge myself and prove to myself that I could take a rigorous course, such as a CTE course.
In the medical interventions, we are hands-on and we get to be more creative. We work in groups to look at a patient's diagnosis and do further research to understand exactly what disease the patient has.
I also learned how to use gel electrophoresis, EKG machines, and it really taught me how to time manage and understand how college classes work and how I need to set up my schedule throughout the day.
The teachers in schools support me by always making sure I'm okay. They always ask questions. They allow me to ask as many questions as I need to understand what it is that I'm doing.
I remember this instance where I was in sports medicine and I was at a basketball game because I was helping out, volunteering. This kid comes up to me off of the court. His knuckle's up here, and I had to pull it out to pop it back into place. But I believe that with the help of the CTE course, that it really helped me react in that situation where others would have further.
I selected CTE courses because I knew I wanted to become a therapist or a social worker. I feel like I can be a benefit to other people like me or kids like me. SEL is basically preparing you for anything basically that has to do with being around people.
I feel like it helps me with the college career because it shows me how to talk to other people in a career that's a big role
I am glad I was put into this course because I have learned a lot that I haven't learned before, like things that could hopefully help me for my next years. The other teachers, they would help me with like the same way I would talk about my grades. They would help me with the other extra credit or the assignment itself. We would redo it and we would try and get a better grade on that assignment.
The amount of growth that you see from the time they come to you at the beginning of junior year till they get to the end of senior year is massive. And being able to work with the students and tell them that there are no wrong answers and it's okay, because just having the cohorted classes and having all of us around to really watch these kids and work with them has been a huge part of being able to facilitate some of that student success and take those kids aside that normally would potentially get in their own way and be like, no, you can totally do this. You've got this and you're going to handle business and you're going to be super successful.
Aerospace Engineering Honors is a class where you learn about aerospace engineering, all the technical stuff that goes into aviation, and how to manufacture planes and what parts are inside. I selected this course because as a child, my families were very involved in aerospace, so I always grew up around planes and I wanted to learn about aviation. In my CTE course, I acquire the necessary knowledge to know how planes work, how they're created, their propulsion systems. The tools and resources that we have 3D printers in order to create little models of what we have. Like recently, we just created nose cones for planes. The simulator we had, there was a bunch of monitors and you looked at it and it was basically like you're sitting in the cockpit of a plane and you get to try to fly it and it's trial and error. You can crash it, you land it. It's everything that would be inside of a plane. So I think that's beneficial to someone that wants to potentially be a pilot in the future.
I selected this course because I always had a passion for the film industry from a young age when I took a field trip to this high school. This was one of the classes that we saw. I remember walking around the room, seeing all the computers, seeing the set, seeing all the cameras, and thinking, yeah, this is what I want to do.
A few years back, I went to a film school in LA with my little sister. When we were there, I just thought everything was so cool and interesting. And then when I seen the course listed on my course list, I decided that it's something that I would be interested in and it looked cool and I'm glad I took it again.
We learned how to use a lot of the Adobe products. So Photoshop, Premiere, After Effects, Illustrator, and we also learned how to film, shoot, and edit our own videos.
I think prepares me very well, mainly because all of the hands-on activity that we get in this class normally, like this industry, it's all about knowing your equipment and knowing how to use it and how to use it well. And this class prepares you for that.
My teacher in school provides so many things for us. We have Macs for every student. Behind me here, we have a set with professional level cameras. We have a whole master control where we produce a new set. There's so much great equipment here and programs for us to learn the best of the best.
My teachers support me whenever I have a question or whenever I have doubt in something. I basically can reach out to them. They always give me the answers that I needed.
I want to see them just come in with a willingness to learn, because in the end, they will try those things. They will do something new. I see a passion in my students. I see desire. I see willingness to try new things and a chance to really prove themselves in a medium they have loved all their lives.
When the stakes are high at work, your tone matters. Grammarly's advanced tone suggestions can help. Because when you write with just the right confident tone, you can meet any challenge to move your project forward. Grammarly's advanced tone suggestions can help you find just the right personable tone to motivate and build trust with your team. Grammarly's advanced tone suggestions can help you find just the right positive tone to close that important deal. Yes, Getting the tone just right can help move your project forward. When you write it just right, click the blue button to download Grammarly today.
The thing that's different about a Verbo vacation home, you always have the whole place to yourself. No stranger at the dinner table making things awkward, or in another room taking up space. It's just you and your people. Because why would you ever share your vacation home with someone you wouldn't share your vacation with?
is Gary. Ms. Shanlin is trying to get a hold of you. Can you hear me? These two going to work together. When you turn the mics on, you'll speak. But I just called out for 3-4 times. There's no answer.
Yeah. Oh, I just said.
When I was in middle school, I used to take STEM courses, and I got a little bit of a taste of maybe what I wanted to do, but I wasn't really sure yet.
When I was younger, I actually did not have any interest in engineering whatsoever.
But now that I'm in engineering, I got a lot of different aspects, and I think I know what I want to do with my future.
But now that I've joined the academy, I have changed that viewpoint. So computer integrated manufacturing is a course more focused on the digital aspect of engineering, which is more computer aided design. Meanwhile, in engineering design development, we focus more on everything from the previous years, all put together into one course.
In that course, we learn a little bit about code, we learn how to input different coding softwares into computers, we learn how to use different machines and different robot arm machines. I've learned how to apply the skills of communicating with my group members. So whenever we have a project to carry out, we assign certain tasks to each other. We get to plan a project, then we get to design, and we actually get to carry it out.
And then we also learn how to record your work properly.
I think all of our teachers give us a real good opportunity to try different types of things, try different types of projects, and we go all across the spectrum of different types of engineering. I think it prepares me for college career life because I've been given the opportunity to work with a real aerospace company. I get to do projects with them and even incorporate it into my actual engineering class and even talk to my other group members about it.
I can definitely say that as a student of the Engineering Academy, this course helped me tremendously and did a really good job of ensuring that you go into adulthood prepared.
From an early age, I definitely feel like I always had kind of a creative passion to kind of move forward with the artistic side of things, and through CTE, I gained the confidence to do better in that aspect.
I took this course because I wanted to expand my creativity in art, because I always had a desire for art. In the digital and graphic design, we learned about how to create digital art pieces and video editing and creating software animation.
And apply it to create logos, flyers, posters, using all of our skills in an advanced way through Adobe Illustrator, Adobe Premiere, and other Adobe products. My teachers in school support me a lot. I think my teachers have taught me to never settle. Teachers here are nitpicky in the absolute best way, and the school obviously gives me the tools and the technology to really move forward with the best products in the workforce right now. So I think my school helps me a lot as well.
I've been working on this course on future students because it really teaches you how to be creative and how you want to do it.
Kids feel like this is their home, but they are cohorted well, so they feel that our program is a family because they know if they fail the first time, they're going to be supported in their future successes. We work together as a team, both as teachers and students, to make sure that each student is successful in whatever their future endeavors are. We want to make sure that every student has the opportunity to do college and career.
AVUHSD, we are committed to developing a multi-tiered system of support for students. This framework is truly the foundation for equity in our district, ensuring that we have the structures and supports in place to meet the unique needs of all of our students. I want to assure you that the work we are embarking on isn't a new program or a new fad. It is simply put the alignment of our efforts on multiple fronts: academic, social, emotional, and behavioral, into a framework that takes into account the varied needs of all students and connects them to the extensive support our district already has in place. This structure, when fully implemented, will allow us to be proactive in our work with students to ensure that they are given the tools, resources, and supports they need to be successful in the classroom, on campus, and in the community. This work will further strengthen our commitment to our students that when they leave our schools, they will be prepared for both college and career.
I would like to share how this work originated and how we've arrived at this point. With the success of our narrow focus on disproportionality, we saw the tremendous value to developing a district multi-tiered system of support structure that aligned our efforts in the area of academic, behavioral, and social-emotional supports. It is certainly no surprise to you that we serve a very diverse population. And within that population, there continues to be an opportunity gap with some of our student groups, including students with disabilities, of foster youth, homeless youth, our African American and Hispanic student populations. We acknowledge these student groups when not progressing in a way that align with our mission and vision for our students and recognize the importance of addressing their unique and diverse needs from a whole child approach. We agree that as an organization, we have many great programs to offer our students. But the beauty of this framework is it allows us to create an equitable environment by incorporating our programs and services within a multi-tiered system of supports to ensure we are meeting the diverse needs of all the students we serve. And not only that, it will help us create a structure of awareness so that everyone is mindful of the services and programs we provide and are aware of how to access them, especially when our students are in need of additional support.
So you might be asking yourself, what are the tiers of this system? Good question. Tier 1 is universal. It ensures that all students receive high-quality instruction and support designed to meet their behavioral, academic, and social-emotional needs. Tier 2 is supplemental, where some students receive additional targeted interventions and/or enrichment to complement the high-quality instruction of Tier 1. At Tier 2, we will identify our students' needs and intentionally provide them with targeted support. Tier 3 is individualized, where few students receive intensive or specialized instruction and/or resources to complement Tier 1 and Tier 2. And like you've already heard, this work is grounded in the whole child approach that looks at the academic, social-emotional, and behavioral needs of each student. Ed services and student services have been working closely together to create the most equitable conditions for learning for each and every student we serve. Even with all the planning, collaborating, and groundwork that we have accomplished so far on a district level and site level, we know that the pursuit will only be possible, only be effective, and only be meaningful to the lives of our students if our team of dedicated teachers, staff members, and community members partner together to ensure that AVUHSD MTSS becomes a path forward.
With the changing world, we are becoming more and more diverse. We have more opportunities to meet people from all over the world.
And with language barriers, it's common for people to miss meeting great people.
So it's important to grow with our changing world. There are diverse system programs not only a great way to become familiar with people, but to become fluent.
I agree. Much. Okay. So my son had surgery, which how long his recovery is like this. I think that it's good. Yeah, just it's nice to kind of lay low. Did you get your phone? It's probably in the box.
Item 3, reconvene regular meeting. Need to use my inside voice, I guess, or outside voice. Good evening. The January 19th, 2023 regular board meeting is being recorded. Anyone wishing to observe the meeting may do so via Antelope Valley Union High School District's YouTube channel. Individuals may take photographs or record meetings, provided the individual conduct does not constitute a disruption, including obstructing the view of others. Those wishing to address items on the agenda and matters that are not on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the AVUHSD board shall do so in person, complete a speaker form and give it to the designee before the public comment portion of the meeting. The speaker form must be given to Ms. Orozco before the board president announces the item. Once the item has been called, we will no longer accept new cards. Ms. Orozco will call the individual's names to come up to the podium to provide their comment. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each. A total time for public input on each item shall be limited to 20 minutes. Non-agenda items are limited to a total time allotment of 20 minutes. Only one person is permitted to stand at the podium at a time. No speaker may relinquish a time allotted to another speaker. The district encourages members of the public to attend board meetings and to address the board concerning any items on the agenda or within the board's jurisdiction. The board does not prohibit public criticism of its policies, procedures, or programs, services, acts, or omissions. Similarly, the board does not prohibit public criticism of district employees. Speakers are cautioned that no person is immune from liability for making intentional, false, or defamatory comments simply because those comments are made at a public meeting. Attendees are also reminded of the board civility policy, Board Policy 1313. The civility policy requires that members of the district staff will treat parents and other members of the public with respect and expect the same in return. The district is committed to maintaining disruption-free board meetings. The board will not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of its board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group are grounds to terminate the privilege of addressing the board. Persistent disruption by an individual shall be grounds for the board president to terminate the individual's privilege to address the board. The district promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district board members, district employees, parents, and public. The district seeks public cooperation in this endeavor. B, Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Corona, can you lead us? Or any, we go. Mr. Sanchez, can you lead us? You got tapped, sir.
Is that ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. PINCO meeting number 4. Public comment from the floor for PINCO items. Are there any comments from the public on PINCO items?
I don't have any comments for PINCO.
Okay. Purchase order schedule, PINCO. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve and authorize the purchases outlined on the attached schedule. May I have a motion? Can I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say none. Discussion? Seeing none, so moved. Okay, 5, reconvene regular meeting. A, reconvene regular meeting. 6, recognition, reports, public comments. ICC students representing Quartz Hill. Mr. Delgado, good job.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Quartz Hill's ICC team is here to give their semesterly report on what is going on at their school. So everyone, please give a warm welcome to Quartz Hill's Royals.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board and cabinet. My name is Maya Galindo, and I am an ASB representative of the class of 2026.
My name is Yulisa Lopez Romero.
My name is Lillian Rodriguez.
My name is Ananda Kasaharan, and I'm junior class secretary of ASB.
My name is Pamela Marquez, and I'm an ASB member and vice president of Spanish Club.
My name is Camila Salgado, and I'm a part of ASB.
Okay, starting off is homecoming. Homecoming took place September 24th and it fell on a Saturday. Our theme was A Night in Hollywood, and the night started at 6:30 p.m. and ended at 10:30 p.m. Pricing for tickets was 15 with ASB, 20 without, and 25 at the door if you didn't have time to purchase them during school hours. For homecoming, we had two sections, one being in 100 quad, which had silent disco, free food and drinks, seating and tables. If you don't know what silent disco is, it's basically a wireless music that you can control the volume by the side of the headphones. And in 300 quad, which only had music being played by DJ, and in total, 1,700 students attended.
So our homecoming assembly took place
Excuse
the day
me, I'm sorry,
before.
can I just stop you for 1 second? The Zoom share screen is covering the pictures. So is it possible to move that bar? Because I know you can move it, but can you move it to where it's not covering our photos? Please.
Homecoming assembly took place the day before our homecoming, which was September 23rd. And we split it into 3 different assemblies, and we had various performances from our cheer team and also from our dance teams, like our Spanish Club dance team and our hip hop team. And since our theme was Hollywood, ASB made a big Hollywood sign to replicate the sign in LA. And there was a bunch of different games, including the crowd and also the sport teams, such as cheer or football. And then since it was split into 3, it also created a combined lunch. And during the combined lunch, we had our homecoming carnival, which is where a bunch of clubs just sell various food items or drinks. And as you can see in the photos, we have our medical club selling food items and our girls basketball club selling chips. And we also have our robotics team. And then for our homecoming spirit week, it took place the week of homecoming. And on Monday, we had PJ Day, Tuesday, we had Sunglasses Day, Wednesday, we had Western Day, and Thursday, we had Heroes versus Villains, and Friday, we had Wear Blue and Gold to represent the colors of Arroyo.
Then we had Club Rush. Well, our first Club Rush began in September. Our second Club Rush is actually tomorrow, January 20th. Club Rush is during both lunches where students are able to sign up and get information about clubs. Court Sale has many different clubs, including CSF, Avid, Blue Crew, and Debate. And we had our Hispanic Heritage Rally that took place in September to celebrate our Hispanic Heritage Month. This rally took place in both lunches, and the Spanish dance team also came to perform a dance. And then there was various games that students were able to participate in.
Okay, next we had a blood drive for the American Red Cross. This event took place on October 26th from 1 to 7 p.m. Upon the donor's donation, they got a free shirt that said, "I saved a life," and yeah.
So last year, we celebrated Halloween with various events. First, we had a Spirit Week the week before Halloween so that the Spirit Week wouldn't cut into November. So Monday started off with a color battle. So students were designated different colors based on their grade that were different from their class colors that were more Halloween themed. So we had like brown, black, orange, and purple. And then students would dress up, and it was just a competition to see which class could deck out the most in their color. Then Tuesday was Pink Out for breast cancer awareness. It was like a sea of pink in our school. Wednesday was Witch Wednesday. Students came to school with brooms and witch hats. Then Thursday was Devils versus Angels, and Friday was Flannel Friday. And during Wednesday, we had our blood drive and we also had our trunk or treat. This was the first year we had done a trunk or treat. So different clubs and groups on campus would bring a car and decorate it with different decorations that represented their club and also Halloween themed, and would pass out candy in the parking lot to students at school. And then on Thursday and Friday, we had our haunted house. This was a big hit. Our haunted house was themed after different Halloween movies, and we had over 1,000 students go through, and ASB was able to make a lot of profit as well. And then Monday was our costume contest. This was the day of Halloween, the week after. And so students could either sign up beforehand or sign up during lunch and just talk about their costume and show their creativity. So here are pictures from our costume contest and our Spirit Week.
So up next, it was Dia de los Muertos, hosted by Spanish Club. It was on Friday, November 18th from 6 p.m. through 10 p.m. in 100 Quad. And also Eastside High School Folklorico team was a special guest with our own Cortil Folklorico team. It was just a night to celebrate the Day of the Dead for our Hispanic culture. And not only did our Hispanic community enjoy that, but also anyone was open to come. And yeah. We also had our holiday night. It was on December 9th from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. in the library. All donations went to Toys for Tots and some to Grace Resources. It was a charity event, so to enter, you had to have an unwrapped new toy or a $10 donation. And for a fairly new event, we had a decent outcome. We also had a holiday spirit week in the week of December 5th through December 9th. So students were able to dress up based on the day. So Monday was bring anything but a backpack, and many students brought suitcases or any luggages. Like I saw someone with a toy car. And Tuesday was Rhyme Without a Reason. Wednesday, Disney Channel Original. Thursday, Red and Green Day. And Friday was Pajama Day. So now we have our winter sports, and our winter sports consist of girls basketball, which have 14 wins and 6 losses, boys basketball, which have 14 wins and 8 losses, girls soccer, which are undefeated with 10 wins, boys soccer, who are 8, 1 and 2, and then our girls and boys wrestling, who are 3 and 0. And then here are some pictures of our teams. So then we have our online sports. And just recently, I found out that our Rocket League team is #1 in the state and recently won CIF. And here's some pictures of them.
So for upcoming events, we have our Winter Ball on February 4th. It's a Valentine's Day themed dance. It's the Hearts Gala. Students can come, it's in the gym, and they can enjoy games and food and dancing. And then prom is April 1st. It's going to be at the Santa Anita Park, and we're still currently deciding on a theme, but we're looking forward to it. Then we have our Winter Assembly, which is actually next Friday. So this is themed after different fictional worlds. So our different classes are going to be designated a different theme. So freshmen are going to be Star Wars, sophomores will be Disney, juniors will be Pixar, and seniors will be Marvel. And our assembly will be that Friday as well, and students will deck out in their theme. And then we have our Culture Fest. So Culture Fest is going to be February 10th. Each year, our Multicultural Club holds Culture Fest. So students can sign up to run a booth that highlights a different culture. So for example, I ran the India booth last year and we sold samosas. So it was a good way for the club to get profit, but also for students to just see other cultures and try different foods and watch different dance teams as well. And then lastly, we'll have our SPED prom that's also going to be in the month of April. So we're still currently deciding on a theme, but it's going to be a night of fun with games and music as well. Thank you.
Good job. Congratulations. Great job.
Can I just, before you leave, commend you on the fact that you include blood drives in some of the activities. For years and years and years, I've given blood, and it's so vital to the people who really need it. So thank you for incorporating that into your activities.
Thank you.
I have one more thing to say. I have a question. So whose idea was it to combine both high schools for that folklorico, the other de los muertos?
So as vice president of the club, our president and my other co-vice president, we actually had the idea because we have friends from Eastside High School, and our advisor, Senora Reyes, she actually performed with their head captains, like their former advisors. So we all had connections, so we decided to invite them to our Dia de los Muertos festival.
That's a good thing. That's the first time I ever heard that two high schools do one thing. So that's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I have to ask another question. I actually have two. On the club, someone mentioned Blue Crew. What's Blue Crew?
So Blue Crew is for like football games where in the stadium, they just deck out in blue and they just cheer on the team.
Okay, and then just with Dia de los Muertos, do you have, because I saw photos of the folklorico and the dance, but are you actually building altars and talking about the significance of Dia de los Muertos and beyond what we see at Target?
Well, actually, through the dances of folklorico team, we have a special dance called La Llorona, and that represents the Hispanic culture, so the Day of the Dead, representing the infamous flower that we use to bring back our loved ones from the gravestones. And yeah, we had that special performance. Our folklorico team actually went out of classroom and they were holding a candle in their head to represent a skull for the Day of the Dead. So that was like our teaching lesson.
That was your version and interpretation of an
Yeah.
altar. Okay, thank you. Great job.
Good job, guys.
Thank
Outstanding.
you. Thanks for coming.
Okay, we're gonna move to B, quarterly Williams complaint report summary, October 2022 to December 2022.
And there were no complaints received during this time period.
Outstanding, like that. And C, we're gonna move to C and Ms. Williams, System of Supports. I'm very excited about this presentation.
Okay, good evening to the Board of Trustees. So tonight I would just like to provide an overview of the district's ongoing work with our systems of supports for our students. And I would just like to say this is a bird's eye view in terms of the work. Each of these slides could, you can go into at least an hour conversation about these topics, but just wanted to share that it is a bird's eye view, and I would be happy to sit down and answer any questions you may have in further detail and length. Okay. So I always like to start out with our district demographics. So we are aware of who we serve. As you can see, 67% of our student population are Hispanic, 19% African American, 10% white, and 3.7% other. Also, I'd always like to share, and in terms of when we look at our demographics, it's important to recognize the unique challenges that our students face. 66% of our students fall within the criteria or meet the criteria of socioeconomically disadvantaged. I would say that this number is much higher because of the number is based upon free and reduced lunch applications. And so what we've noticed is that as our students transition to the high school, they are not as inclined to complete the free and reduced lunch applications. They just don't want to, they want to bring their own food or just is not as apt to complete those applications. In terms of our foster youth, so 2% of our population of the students that we serve are foster youth. And there was a period of time as well that the Antelope Valley serves the largest concentration of foster youth within our area. There was a time as well that it was within the state that the largest concentration of foster youth were placed here. With further conversations with Department of Children and Family Services and asking the questions around why so many kids are placed in within the Antelope Valley, and the answer to that has always been there are available placements, available beds that kids can be placed. And sometimes what happens is that our students are placed here in the Antelope Valley, but their social worker is still out of the Los Angeles area. And so, so I think it's important to know that, 2% of our population, and in a given year, we can see and serve about there was a period where a little over 1,000 kids, foster youth, because of the high transient rate and kids placements being moved, that as kids come in, they, enroll, and it could be for a short period of time and they leave. And so, so we have developed programs and services around, a continuum of services to address the unique needs of our foster youth. Also with special education, we serve a large student population of students with disabilities. Our average is 17% of our student population are students with disabilities. I like to note that the state average is 13%. The national average is about 14.5%. And it's important to note as well is that with being a high school district, that most of our kids come to us already identified. It is not likely that a lot of students at the high school level has gone through the elementary and middle school and have not yet been identified. So the majority of the time, and I would say probably in the 90th percentile, our kids come to us already identified. Also, about 1% of our student population is homeless. I also believe that this number is low because it is a mechanism that our families have to self-identify that they're homeless. And so with the McKinney-Vento Act that outlines what constitutes homelessness, oftentimes our families don't think that they're homeless. So if you have 2 families living in the same house, or if you have 3 families living in the same house, then a family could fall within the criteria of homeless. However, they do not see themselves that way because they have a fixed residence. And then also about 10% of our population are English learners. I'd like to take a few minutes to just provide an overview of the discipline process. So Education Code 48900 and 4915 governs school discipline. And any discipline that occurs must have occurred while on school grounds, while going to or from from school, during the lunch period, whether on or off the campus, or during or while going to and from coming from a school-sponsored activity. So if you take a look at the area that's green, there is broad discretion in terms of an expulsion recommendation for any of those ed code that you see there. If a principal may recommend an expulsion when any of those ed code violations occur. However, they must provide evidence that either other means of correction are not feasible or have repeatedly failed to bring about proper conduct, or due to the nature of the act, the student's presence causes a continuing danger to physical safety of the pupil or others. So and when you look at the middle slide in terms of the ed code that's shown there, that reflects a mandatory expulsion recommendation is what the ed code says. So anytime there's cause serious physical injury to another person except in self-defense, assault or battery upon any school employee, possession of any knife or other dangerous object of no reasonable use to the pupil, unlawful possession of any controlled substance except for the first offense of no more than 1 ounce of marijuana and over-the-counter and prescribed medication, or robbery or extortion. The principal must recommend expulsion when the followings occur, unless the principal determines that the expulsion is inappropriate. And so along with that, they still would have to provide evidence that other means of correction are not feasible or have repeatedly failed, or due to the nature of the act, the student's presence causes a danger the danger to the physical safety of the pupil or others. And then the last section there that you see are all what we consider the big five. Those are mandatory suspension and expulsion recommendations. And so if anytime there's a possession or selling or furnishing a firearm, brandishing a knife at another person, unlawfully selling a controlled substance of any amount, committing or attempted to commit sexual assault or committing a sexual battery, or possession of an explosive, the ed code is very specific that says that a principal shall immediately suspend and recommend expulsion when, if any of those offenses occur. And the ed code also further states that the governing board shall order a pupil expelled upon the finding that the student committed one of these acts. I'm sorry. So just wanted to just quickly go through kind of the flow of student discipline. An incident occurs, it's a violation of the ed code. Then depending on the nature of the incident, it may be determined that other means of correction would be appropriate. For an example, speaking to a student, having a conference with the parent, referral to counseling, referral to a social worker, anger management, counseling. So there's some discretion in terms of if an incident occurs, it does not necessarily mean that it has to lead to a suspension, that the school can put some other things in place in terms of addressing the incident. If it is determined that a suspension would be appropriate, then it's taken into consideration is it one of those big fives that is a mandatory, or is there some discretion in terms of whether or not the suspension should take place? And then, which is always the last resort, an expulsion recommendation. So I'd like to just go through a little bit in terms of the expulsion process. So it's a 40-day timeline to facilitate the entire process. And when an expulsion recommendation takes place, there has to be some considerations of the incident, other means of correction, what other means of correction have been provided to the student to try and help them correct the behavior. Also, the discipline record is taken into consideration, and also witness statements in terms of looking at the entire incident, what happened, were there witnesses, and what did the witnesses, was there, say in terms of that particular incident, that it would corroborate the incident that occurred. If the student receives special education services or on a 504 plan, then a manifestation determination meeting is held for the students to determine if the incident that took place is that incident directly related to the student's disability. If it is directly related to the student's disability, then the IEP team, in terms of a student with an IEP, would take all of that into consideration. And if it is determined that it is a manifestation of the student's disability, then the expulsion process ends at that time. If it is determined that it is not a manifestation of the student's disability, then the process can continue. Then the principal meets with the parent and student and hold a pre-expulsion meeting, and they review the incident, review the witness statements, also review the family's due process. So letting them know what their rights are within the process. If the parent and the student at that time at the meeting with the principal agrees that the incident took place, agrees that with the expulsion recommendation, then the parent and the student meets with the Director of Student Services. The Director of Student Services again reviews the incident, reviews the due process rights, and then the parent and the student signs the stipulated agreement. Now, I would like to add as well that at that meeting, if the parent says, no, I changed my mind, I don't agree anymore, then they have the right to ask for an administrative panel to hear the incident. And so while that is happening, so if the parent agrees, then the student is enrolled at Phoenix High School pending your approval as the expulsion recommendations are presented to you. If the parent then says, and sometimes what happens at the principal's meeting, the parent says, I don't agree. I don't agree with the expulsion recommendation. I don't agree with the witness statements. That's not what my child said happened. And so the parent can say at that time, I want a hearing. And so we schedule a hearing. The student is still enrolled at Phoenix High School pending the hearing process. And then the administrative hearing panel conducts the expulsion hearing and then makes a recommendation to you as a governing board. Then the administrative hearing panel can say at that time that they would recommend that the expulsion moves forward, or they can say that it's not enough evidence in terms of this case. And then the student, they could say at that time, they can, that not to expel, that the student would not be expelled. So if it goes to a hearing, the hearing panel takes a look at the entire situation or the entire case and then determines whether or not the student should be recommended to you for an expulsion or not to be expelled. And then as a governing board, when those expulsion recommendations are brought to you, then if the governing board accepts the recommendation, then student expulsion recommendation is upheld. If the governing board rejects the recommendation, then the student is not expelled. So I'd like to just share that when an expulsion is upheld, the student does remain in our district. They may, and we have our own community day school, Phoenix High School. Right now, our current enrollment at Phoenix High School is 26 students. When students are placed at Phoenix High School, they have to complete the timeline of their expulsion period. If it was one of the, as we refer to the Big Five, the timeline is 1 year from the date of expulsion. If it is not, then the timeline is during that current semester and the following semester. With the decrease in our expulsions over the year, and I'll talk a little bit about that in terms of the work that has taken place, that the high school district used to have 2 locations for as community day schools. We used to have a location in Palmdale as well as a location, our location currently in Lancaster. And due to the decrease in our expulsions year over year, the 2 programs were consolidated into one because of just the low numbers in terms of students being placed on 2 different campuses. And so the campus that I'm referring to is currently our Soar South campus, used to be the Phoenix South campus. And so, as you can see, there are an array of services, support services at Phoenix High School. There's a counselor. We have an educational social worker assigned, a school psychologist. There are group and individual counseling, peer mediation, restorative justice. Also, Olive Support Services actually provide parenting classes to our parents as well, provide parenting and life skills classes for our parents. And then the Poetry Lounge is actually a arts and education program where students expresses their feelings through poetry. And then Wolf Connection is a leadership team building program. But so as you can see, we offer an array and robust program and services for our students at Phoenix High School. And because it's such a small, intimate environment, oftentimes our kids want to stay. However, when their time period of expulsion has been met, then the students do transition either back to a comprehensive high school setting, or they may transition to one of our alternative schools, for an example, if they wanted to, if they're a little behind in credit. And so with that, you know, our students, many of our students have seen much success because they're able to earn credits at a variable rate. So a lot of times they get caught up on their credits before they move back to a comprehensive campus. So I want to take a few minutes to talk about our journey that, you know, since the 2013-14 school year, the district has made concerted efforts to reduce the number of student suspensions and expulsions. The hiring of Director of Behavior Interventions in 2013 brought an additional level of oversight and support to the district and its campuses. In 2014 marked the initial rollout of our Positive Behavior and Intervention and Supports framework, which involves explicitly teaching and modeling positive behavior. And in 2015, the district implemented quarterly school campus visits to review data, to have more in-depth conversations about what our discipline data meant and how we can better serve our students. And so this has resulted in a 50% reduction in suspension since we began this work, and also an 86% reduction in expulsion since we began this work. And so the number that reflects here is the number of, in terms of suspensions, are out of school suspensions. And with those out of school suspensions, that could reflect one student being suspended multiple times. This is just a snapshot of, you know, as we continued, you know, in terms of cycle of continuous improvement, looking at our data, looking at also, you know, how do we meet the needs of our students, especially when our students have, many of our students have such unique needs and challenges. This snapshot just represents year over year programs and services that were added to address the needs of our students. And so how did this work take place? How do we, it's been multiple efforts in terms of the work, and recognizing that, you know, it is very important that we meet the needs of our kids from a whole child approach, and from not only from an academics, but also from a social, emotional, and behavioral perspective. And so we have been working for about 3 years developing our multi-tiered systems of support that allows us to, and really the beauty of this is it allows us to integrate all of the programs and supports that we have into a fully integrated system, so that we can quickly identify the needs of our kids and then match the needs of our students to the programs and supports that we have. And what it also does is it allows us to the district to ensure an equitable educational environment for all students, because what it does is we align all of our programs and services within tiers, and we are able to quickly it will allow us to quickly identify those students who need support, get them the support that they need, and then move them back into a tier 1 structure, in which it's universal supports for all. Also, with our positive behavior intervention and supports framework since 2014, we've been implementing PBIS, as it's also known, which is an evidence-based framework for supporting positive student behaviors. We've developed a structure at our schools that strongly support the work around PBIS. We have designated administrators who oversee the PBIS work at each school site. We have PBIS coordinators, which is a teacher at each site that is the lead on the work. And then we have our student support coordinators, which are teacher mentors that help support our students as well. And this has resulted in this year, many of our schools receiving state recognition for their work. 5 of our schools received platinum recognition, which is the highest recognition that can be received. 3 received gold recognition, 2 silver, and 2 bronze. And so, of course, we still are moving in that direction. We would love for all of our schools to be at platinum and gold, but that's what the work is all about, is we're continuing to provide the support that is needed to enhance these programs. And then another initiative is our student support centers. And the student support center is really just designed to be a hub of resources on our campuses. It allows us to address the needs of our students proactively from a whole child approach. So all that you see here is provided within the student support center. So substance abuse classes, counseling and mental health services. Our social workers are tied to our student support centers. Our community attendance workers, if students are struggling with their attendance, nurses, basic needs, and also our social emotional learning curriculum. So what it does is it allows us to, as students have some additional needs and maybe and have some unique challenges, that it gives us the opportunity to address those needs from a whole child approach. And then also it provides us an opportunity to really focus on the cause and not just reacting to the symptoms of behaviors. And then next, I'd like to just highlight some of the work that we've made, concerted effort we have made in terms of expanding our mental health and wellness staff. We have approximately 163 staff members, school counselors, psychologists, social workers. Our ERICS program is a program for our students with disabilities that provide wraparound services for our students and their families when students need a higher level of counseling supports. Our PBI's coordinators on our school sites, as well as our student support coordinators, are able to provide additional support, whether it's through counseling or therapy to our students. I also like to note that this year that our counselors have their workday has actually been extended to an 8-hour workday. So that also provides an additional hour for our students to receive some additional support before or after school if needed. We have a partnership with Department of Mental Health that allows us to have school-based mental health agencies on our campuses. The agencies that you see there are the agencies that are housed on our campuses, and it allows us to make direct referrals for students who may need a higher level of counseling support. And these agencies are able to meet with kids, with our students right on our campuses. And most recently, we partnered with a company, Daybreak, and Daybreak provides virtual 12-week therapy sessions for students, and recognizing that after the school closure and this pandemic and the our kids came back to us with some significant needs in the areas of mental health and wellness. And so what we have been doing is meeting those needs from not only from a school-based perspective, but also from a perspective of a long-term. And so Daybreak allows us to provide free therapy, 12-week virtual therapy sessions to our students. And the beauty of this particular agency is that it's intentional about matching the student with cultural awareness, in terms of if a student have some unique needs, ensuring that the student is connected with someone that they can connect with to assist them with the therapy that they have been receiving. And then in a week, we will be meeting with Hazel Health through LA County Office of Education. That may be another consideration for you in terms of being able to provide, just having another agency to be able to provide some counseling services or therapy for our students. And lastly, I would just like to say that the work continues. There are always areas to be strengthened, and that we still have work to do, and we will continue with the work that we are doing. You know, with our focus on our multi-tiered systems of support framework, this year there has been a commitment to 3 common assurances that all of our schools will focus on. The first one is the adoption of Habitudes, which is a curriculum that's utilized district-wide to address social emotional learning. And what that curriculum does is it teaches our students explicit skills in social awareness, self-management, social responsible decision-making, and building relationships. Also, PBIS is a focus area, common assurance as well, and we will continue with our work with our positive behavior intervention and support framework. And also the NWEA, from an academics perspective, is the tool that is being used to collect and review academic data as we move forward. And I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I think it really highlights our processes and the strides that this district's made to address some of the concerns that I've heard from the public. I believe that we're going to continue to hear from the public. I wanted to educate the public a little bit. I want to hear what the public have to say. I want to get the ideas from the public. I'm probably going to work in probably putting a committee together to address a lot of these issues, and which is going to be members of the public. We've talked about this. I think it's a great idea. I appreciate your presentation. Look forward. I think we're going to do better, and we're just going to work really hard to do better. So, anybody else have?
I have a question. So how do we let our students know that these services are available to them?
So through our counseling department, students are able to be linked to resources as well through our social workers, through our student support centers. And so we have a number of staff members on our campuses as well to be able to, link students to the resources that we provide. And that's the reason why the work around multi-tiered systems of support, the MTSS framework, is so important, because what it allows us to do is align all of our resources within a comprehensive system that will make it easy so that not only will our staff be able to identify those resources that are available on our campus, but our students and our families as well.
And can I ask one more question? So do students understand the big 5 reasons why they could be expelled?
I would like to say yes, because and at the school sites, there is a, as part of freshman orientation as part of the work
Okay.
that happens at the school sites.
Okay.
There, it is, the kids do receive all of the information in terms of the orientation, in terms of what this means when it comes to if a discipline action occurs, but not only that, in terms of academically, what supports, where they can get supports that they may need as well.
Thank you.
Ms. McGrady, do you?
Just one quick question on the social emotional learning that I believe we're just starting. What classes are they receiving that information and the curriculum? Is it like a specific class or is it being incorporated in other classes or?
Each school is different. Some are being incorporated in an English class, some may be incorporated in a health class. So the schools had some flexibility in terms of how the curriculum would be facilitated. Sometimes it may happen one time a month or a couple of times a month. And so it just depends on how it was best facilitated or embedded within the school structure.
Thank you.
Mr. Sanchez?
Yeah, I just got one thing. So pretty much like, I'm very big on the mental health part. Is that being advertised, announced to even the parents? Because sometimes kids, they won't reach out.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing. Like, if we show it, expose it, kids could even probably do it themselves. You know what I mean? Or get a parent, a mom, dad, I need this.
And we just recently updated our website, and it's so much user-friendly in terms of being able to identify in that information. Matter of fact, we were having discussions in our student services department about we were getting more inquiries from families in terms of emails, because the emails that's attached to it, emails regarding where do I go from here? Where can I get this? My child is having some difficulties in this area. Where can I receive resources for that? Also, as part of the district's requirement, each semester, we are required to notify our students of the mental health resources that are available on our campuses. So we do that at the beginning of each semester.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Corona?
Thank you for a very informative presentation. I do have a couple of questions. I'm going to probably jump around a little, but on the for the social emotional staff slide,
yes,
the school counselors. So there's 69 school counselors. What is the ratio of counselors to students as far as their load and per school, if you know off the top of your head?
I do, because it was about maybe 6 or 7 years ago, we were very intentional about bringing our caseloads down for our counselors, and the goal was 350 to 1. And so what we did was we looked at our board policies, we reviewed the national standards for counseling, as well as best practices for counseling. And so we used that as a model to determine what the needs were in terms of counseling staffing. And so I believe that we are right around 355 to 1 in terms of our counseling.
And then as far as all of the different sites, at a later time, could you just let us know how many counselors per high school?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, of the 69?
Yes.
And then question on the slide about your data journey.
Mm-hmm.
So the reduction of expulsions has been 86%. So for 2022, of the 41, what was the ethnic demographic breakdown for those 41 students?
I could get that for you. I don't have that with me.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay.
Thank you. And then the other question, so on this graph of the MTSS, so the circles, academic, behavioral, social, emotional, and equal the whole child, is a very holistic approach.
Yes.
So when it comes to the academic, are the instructors or whoever is a part of it still aligning all of the Common Core standards with this MTSS philosophy So are they, with the social emotional behavioral, are all the standards still aligned?
And so that is the work we're doing right now in terms of building the foundation of the work, aligning all of the work that we're doing in those three areas under one umbrella with the multi-tiered systems of support. So we've been doing this work for about 3 years now, and we had to pause the work because of the school closure, and we are at the point now that we are continuing the work in terms of developing and building that structure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Do we have this for any of the parents or anybody do we have copies
Yes, we do.
available? If anybody would like a copy, please come up and grab one. I'd like to share this information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, moving on to D. We're going to have a presentation from our facilitator for the MTSS system, multiple tier system of support overview.
Good
Thank you.
evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, members of the governing board, Board President Hughes, Cabinet, and Superintendent Nehan. It's good to see all of you, and of course, all of our members of the community. Thank you for allowing me to come speak to you today and share what we have been doing together inside of your system here in Antelope Valley. So before we get started, I would love to share just a little bit about my background of who I am as a person and what I bring to this work. I think it's important for all of you to know the lens that I come in with as I facilitate your teams through this work. So I'm a lifelong learner, just like most in the room. I come from a family of educators. So just in high schools alone, I don't have any family well, I do have a family in California, but my educator family, they're high school principal, high school counselor, teachers, high school art teacher, high school math teacher. I could go on and on. I'm not going to bore you with all that, but I just want you to know, I come from a family of educators that are very passionate about this work. I am a mom of 2 young adults, college kids. For just 4 more months, my oldest is about to graduate from college in Arizona. My youngest is a freshman at UC Davis. So that's who I am behind the scenes. I have also lived in a few different places, which gives me a different lens of having seen many different systems. I live in Arizona, have lived in Washington State, Oklahoma, and I've also lived in Germany. So I've seen multiple different systems throughout those states as well. So my background and experiences in education, I have been a teacher leader, an interventionist, instructional coach, assistant principal, assistant superintendent. People say, well, Sherry, how did you get into this work? It was widely expected that I was going to keep moving through the system, and it was expected that I was going to be a superintendent. So much so that through my doctoral work, as there's 2 things that came out of my doctoral work that bring me into this now today. The first being that I was doing my research on system improvement and what teachers needed to be able to move their work forward. So as my dissertation was with regard to what teachers need to be able to make changes, specifically with being able to personalize learning and using technology and such to be able to do that. It came in really handy for my research when COVID happened. The other piece is that I was in the state where I am from and currently certified. We have to go through a process to become certified. You get like a supervisor certification, and then separately you have to get additional training to become a principal and get a principal certification. And as you jump up, you have to get additional certifications and experiences. So I have a superintendent certification. I was able to spend 6 months with many different superintendents. As I went through that process, I could very clearly know and say, I will leave that job to the good people like Superintendent Meehan, and that I wanted to do work with many different districts and help, and not necessarily many different districts, but help district leadership teams, governing boards be able to move their initiatives forward. So at the time when I started getting this, what I kind of say is a calling to work in a bigger picture setting, I was being chuckled at. Well, that doesn't exist. That doesn't exist inside the system. And I said, I don't know. I feel strongly that this is the work that I should be doing. So I'm happy to say that it does exist, because that's what I get to do now, is come in and work with districts to help them improve. I've always had a lens to be able to see things that some people don't see, and I'm never afraid to ask the questions. Just similar to many of the questions that you were asking, I'm like, oh, I asked that question too. Oh, I asked that question too. What's this look like? And then tell me more. And how do we know? And is it everywhere, or is it just in certain areas? So that's the lens that I bring into this work as we move forward. I'm going to start here with the definition of MTSS. And just so that you can hear me speak a little bit about this, this was the first part of this presentation is going to be some of the nuts and bolts and just basics of MTSS that were co-created here through your teams. So I figured I should pull up the slides from inside of your system that have been the definitions that have been landed on to move us forward. Then I will talk through the specifics of what the work has, or the specific almost timeframes or what we've done inside of the system. And then of course, allow for some time for your questions. So here's our definition that we have landed on. I know I definitely don't want to read it to you. There are little things, it seems like we'll just grab a definition and use it. But when we're looking at some system change, some rather large system change, we want to get some buy-in. So we had a team meet we started pre-COVID, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a few minutes, and brought it back post-COVID to look at it. And I still chuckle when I look at this definition because it says academic, social, emotional, and behavioral. And I come back to your team, they were talking about how do we arrange those letters? And we had a couple people that said, we want it behavior, academic, social, emotional, because we wanted to say base and we want to have baseball, and people in the room were up chuckling and others are like, sit down. But it was just those conversations that people could really deeply have about the work that help move it forward. So then we can get buy-in throughout the system as we can share what has happened to lead us in the direction that we are today. So as you can see up at the top here, we have academics, behavior, and social emotional. Those are the three buckets of work. As you just heard Mrs. Williams explain the common assurances that are attached to those, we wanted to make sure that we started with at least one common assurance. When we talk about common assurances, those are things that we can wrap supports around. So we can talk about, we can actually say, we're going to be able to support these and make sure that every member of our staff can move forward with these. We can't do that with everything in our system. In time we can, but we have to start in pieces to be able to have people understand where we're going. If we look down at the bottom of this, let's look at the blue section. It says all students. This is our tier 1 universal. So we say all means all. It doesn't mean just 80% of our students. It means all of our students, truly all of our students. And we want to make sure that we don't tier our students. We're tiering our supports. We're tiering our interventions, but we're not tiering our students. Our students, if we say all, we mean every single student inside of the system. So all of our students need good, solid tier 1 instruction, right? They need academic, social, emotional, behavior. We need some definite increases in some of those areas. In fact, I would say all of them, but some of them are shining stronger than others in needing change. Some of them have had, you can see results, and some of them were struggling a little bit with results. So we're saying next steps, next quick actionable steps. we talk about tier two. Tier two is a supplemental and targeted that some additional students need. I say additional because they would still receive tier one instruction. How are we going to layer on another level and layer of support? And then tier three would be few students. So it's our tier three intensive and individualized. These definitions have been wordsmithed inside of your system, but this is coming from ESSA. It's the Every Student Succeeds Act. So it calls out multi-tiered systems of support as something that needs to be happening in schools. So while these are your definitions that have been wordsmithed for buy-in inside of your system, this is part of this has to be happening out there in every school and every district. Here's another graphic that has gone out inside of your system. There's you can see the social, emotional, academic, behavioral, and in the middle, you can see the graphic that is tier one, tier two, and tier three. So this was created by your team inside. I have facilitated the work, but ultimately my job as a facilitator inside of your organization to be able to ask questions, point out things, help your team make connections. And ultimately it's your team that's doing the work to move this forward. So we have some shifting of structures that needs to happen. So if you think of MTSS, it's multi-tiered system of supports. It's the supports and the structures that will help our staff and be able to help our students, and the students can see all of the outcomes. So, oops, excuse me there. As you can see from the arrows there, we have traditionally looked at things in silos. We might have looked at just academics. We might have looked at just social emotional. We might have looked at just behavioral. We could go on and on with all of our silos inside of systems in education. It's not just an Antelope Valley thing. This is a system thing. But we're looking at it inside of Antelope Valley. So we want to look at it from a different direction. Also, we still need to keep our strengths in areas, but we also want to look at it from that tier one perspective. So tier two and tier three. So we need to merge all of these things. We need to pull them together, and we need to have teams to support. So we need to have training, because when we've been so siloed for so long, it's hard for people to just naturally make those connections. Some people catch on right away, and some people need some more support. And so that's what we're working with right now. It's helping people continue to understand how to do it. We said, often I will hear, well, we told them, or we said that throughout the system. And I wish people could just learn, like we tell them one time and then they do it. And that isn't how it works with system improvement. So it's a process. And this hopefully will explain why we bring the teams together the way we do, especially right now. We're really focused on tier one. We need some solid tier one core instruction. We have to strengthen it. Our data shows us we have to strengthen our core instruction. So history inside of Antelope Valley, here's pre-COVID. This work, I was a part of the work starting in 2019. I met with your district leadership team. We had, which was a small group leadership team, meeting before and after the build team to move the work forward. We had a build team. This was, it's a large group of staff with representatives from throughout the district. So again, we pulled representatives from all throughout the district to bring this beautiful team together to be able to work through things that need to change. You had teachers that were so incredibly grateful to be able to be in the room with district leadership, to be able to voice concerns. I mean, we would have listening circles and be able to talk about what are the hurdles and the roadblocks. Like, this all sounds great, but how are we going to be able to operationalize this? How are we actually going to be able to make this happen? And we created a space where they could come in and truly be able to voice their opinions, voice their concerns, air it all so that we could figure out how to move forward. So in that team, we established a why, we established common definitions, we began to work through the initiatives and the practices to find common themes and trends. And we were discussing, like I mentioned, those hurdles and obstacles, as well as possible solutions for all of them. We were rocking and rolling. We were meeting every 2 to 3 weeks at that point, until, of course, as you can see, March 9th, 2020. Yep, I came up here for a Monday training, thinking I was going to be here, Northern California and Seattle, came here and left from here. So left to go back home because our world shut down. So that's how we were bound and determined to keep it going as long as we could up until that very last week before we shut down. And we were just talking about how to roll out the teams and everything. So the stuff that you're seeing happening now really was intended to happen in the fall of 2020. At least that was my plan. So hopefully it was the others' plan too. But those were the conversations that were happening. So then we come back together in 2021, 22 in the spring. Actually, it was the spring of 2022, but this last year. So we needed to review our work together and make adjustments with the new perspectives that we had learned since we were last together. Of course, our world had shifted. So there were even wordsmithing in some of our definitions. It was necessary. We'd have some conversations about what does this mean? What does this look like inside of our system? We decided upon some foundations for common messaging and those common assurances that you saw, as well as how to begin to move the work forward to the site. So then this year, this is what it looks like. Just going to put it all up there right now. So there's lots of work going on inside of your system. I meet with your executive leadership team. I like to sort of call that a steering committee. The next one you can see down there is your district leadership team. So we have some representatives from your district to figure out how we're going to keep this moving. On the side there, you see down below, sort of off to the side, there's additional district support teams. One, for example, I can share is the coordinators all come together because they all have their content area. And so we're figuring out how to integrate what they're doing into the system so they don't feel so isolated, and things that we've been trying to push. If they're feeling that they're stuck, let's bring it in. Like, we want to bring it into the system and help refine and align what we're doing. We don't want to be frustrated. We have to keep it moving. We have to figure out how. So we also have district content teams, like our academic content team is bringing their work into this. Like, what are we saying? Where are we feeling stuck? Where do we want to start? And so what I'm sharing these as examples, because while I do have a lot of content knowledge that I shared and a lot of system knowledge, I also really want to empower your teams and hopefully inspire your teams to be able to be the best that they can be. This isn't, I truly facilitate and ask the questions to help them make the connections. I come in and I, now that I've been around for a little while too, it's easy for me to be like, okay, so are you really doing that? Like, that's great. It looks good on paper, but tell me the evidence around it. And is it happening everywhere? And what about this specific school or this specific school? To be able to get beyond the narratives of like, oh, everything's good, everything's great. There are a lot of great things, and we have a lot of opportunity and room for improvement, refinement, alignment, simplification, and figuring out what is effective and ineffective, which is hard for educators to stop and say, is this effective or not? But those are the questions that I'm asking through this process to move us forward. So all of that I just spoke about is above your site leadership teams, because there is so much work going on behind the scenes. Now, how I speak about this is that we have to have supports so that the leaders in the schools and the teachers can do their jobs, because they're on the ground with the students every day. We have to have district supports in place. So there's that work has been, will hopefully continue on. And then down where you see the district or the site leadership teams, we're bringing those together now. So that includes site leadership and team members so that they can, they're building a guiding coalition to help move this work forward. Sometimes we put so much reliance on just a principal or a principal and their just leadership team, but let's make it bigger. We need to rally the troops because we have a big job to do here. We have to shift this inside of Antelope Valley. I don't see it as an option. So we have to rally the troops. We have to figure out how to do it. We have to talk to all of these different people, these different areas, break down the silos and get this moving. We have to have common messaging to do it. So your site leadership teams, Their responsibility is to process this work together, and they're going to take it to the student free day, and they're going to take it to their staff meetings. So you have had what I am very grateful for, that these student free days have been planned just coincidentally planned throughout the year, but they aligned with some of our work together in MTSS. So I definitely, again, I want to reiterate, I feel like this has been a unique opportunity for your staff and your teams to be able to take it back and actually have time to do it. So while some organizations might not be able to get the work that's happening to every teacher, it might take a year or so until they have time to do it. You've already been able to do that. So you have had one touch point, you have another one coming up soon in February. So again, on the two down, I'm talking down at the very bottom, the site leadership teams take it to the student free day, they take it to the staff meeting. This work that we're doing together, that we're processing through, trying to figure out how to strengthen what's happening, it should all feed into the annual student improvement plans and your accreditation plans too. I took out all the acronyms for you. Okay, school improvement plans, accreditation plans. Like, we shouldn't be doing all different things. Like, let's align it. Let's figure out how to make this simple, and let's use our team and our resources, because it's continuing to build capacity. So when we work with those leadership teams, in addition to all of those things I just shared, it is really important that we keep the focus on 4 things here, which includes many different pieces, but we have to focus on the mindset. So every person who comes around, we have to focus on our own internal mindset. I'm continuously working on my mindset. And we have to think about our staff and the people that we influence. We also have to think about the district as a whole and how it fits in. We have to think about the school, think about each individual school and what this is going to look like for the school and the classrooms. Every single teacher, what does this look like for the teacher? So it's helping us break down our silos and think outside of our boxes to be able to say, what do we need to do to move us forward? So when I show a graphic similar to this with the sites, I just take out that district section because I want them to focus on the mindset, what it looks like for the whole school and what it looks like for the individual classrooms. Okay, so why do we need to strengthen our MTSS? Well, there are so many reasons. This does not include everything. I just want to give that disclaimer right now. This does not include everything, but it will increase our positive school climate, academic achievement, instructional minutes, instructional time. It'll give us a more cohesive staff. It'll bring up our attendance. Our kids will want to come to school. That's for our staff and for our students. And of course, that will help our graduation rates. So it will decrease discipline referrals because we're meeting the kids' needs where they are, and we've already seen some solid evidence of that. It will decrease the incidence of bullying and harassment, suspension and expulsion rates, our referrals to special education. We want to be able to, at this point especially, we want to be able to meet their needs. Like, we don't need, if they need special education services, by all means, want them to have that, but we also want to be able to give them what they need without additional potentially legally binding agreements. So let's just do it. Give them what they need. Let's work to get down our chronic absenteeism, because the kids will want to come to school, which will impact our dropout rates and our overall disproportionate outcomes, because as we know, we have them. They're here inside of our Antelope Valley School District. I just say, I caught myself again, I was trying not to do this. I do say when I'm working with the school district, I just immerse myself as if I'm one of all of you, because it seems to help the work move forward. So we can use our positive relationships to be able to connect, really truly hear what people need to be able to move forward. So moving forward in Antelope Valley, all of these same things, but there is a lot of work to do at each and every one of these levels, every level. So there's nothing that's, the things that start to come up, there's nothing that's really off limits. I think, the connections and things that start to surface and bubble up we can't really plan or predict. There is a plan, but we also have to grab things where they are and start to focus in that area. So again, back to all of these, we want to increase and decrease. So there's an overview. Do we have any questions?
Thank you for your presentation.
Mhm.
Ms. Nguyen, do you want to start? I can go to Ms. McGrady.
So in the end, how do you measure success for all the work you're doing?
Right, that's a great question. So we have some tools to be able to measure the work that is happening along the way. And actually, I know that some of the tools that we've been talking about that are widely used in California as well, were being used in the instructional partners meeting today. So we first start measuring just where are we? Are we laying the foundation? Are we working to build? Are we actually implementing? Or is it happening? So we can measure along the way, figure out where our next opportunities for growth are, and make sure it's happening. We would also measure by the student pieces that you see there, our attendance, our academic outcomes, all of the things that you see there. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very informative, and I was very interested to learn about it, learn more about it, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Mr. Sanchez.
Good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I do have a couple of questions. How does the MTSS fit in with adult education? Because, let me say why. Because you said tier 1, I believe, is for all students. So adult ed is a part of our district. So how is this fitting in there?
Yes, so they're welcome to come attend also. And we've had some separate conversations with adult ed about what this looks like inside of their system. And it is a little different. So they're still strengthening their systems of supports as well. The information that we're doing here is also going out through the all admin meetings, and they're having those conversations there too with principals. And so they're all looped into that, truly meaning all.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what other districts have you yourself personally, not with other agencies, worked with in this district, work with MTSS?
Right now, as with
Or
this.
just ever? Yeah, with MTSS, but you yourself have been the lead facilitator with MTSS within a district as large as ours.
I'm currently with a district in Arizona that is as large as yours. I've worked with, not as a part of strengthening their supports, not necessarily doing it as wide scale right now with a large district, a large full high school district there too. So I am new to this work because I just started it with my own company, as you are aware.
So tell us why you feel qualified to do this work on the large scale, given that you don't personally have expertise in the work. Yes, you may have in the periphery been doing the work, but it's a large contract.
Yes.
And me personally needs to feel 100% confident in the work and you. So why you?
Yes, that's a good question. So I think my work with systems and how I have personally been able to do this, and throughout my even my career, I was disrupting systems on a smaller scale, and it would spread, or I would be instructed to help it spread from a classroom. That's how I ended up moving up the system too, with like shifting. I have this way to be able to look at things and shift them. And I have been working like outside of my own organization now. I have been working with quite a few other districts that I can't specifically share with you right now, but there have been quite a few. And as to when I was also the lead in the systems work. So it's just, and I hope that you could see my passion that I think is potentially spreading, helping throughout the system. And I have, I think, a kindness, a professionalism, and I am, again, not afraid to ask those difficult questions to be able to say, all right, and where's your evidence? Because that often shifts things too. We have narratives. I've been inside of the system for long enough to be able to recognize where the narratives are and be able to say, yes, this is a story that we've been telling ourselves, and has it shifted? What's it looking like to shift? So I would hope that I have been the main point of contact in this district since the work in 2019, the only point of contact in the district for the MTSS work. So I think that we have seen quite a few shifts here inside of your system so far. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else? Okay. What type of data have you gathered that you can kind of share with us? Is there some data that you could share with us on your success on this program?
Yeah, so we're in the process of gathering data right now. I have to tell you that when we very first started this work, if we ask the questions with the specifics of MTSS, you're going to get very inflated answers because people don't even know what we're asking. So now that's when we are. So I guess I also want to remind you that we did a few months before COVID. We just started back in the spring of a few meetings, and this is really just solidly kicking off right now. So we're going through a fidelity inventory with all of your sites. So we will have data that will be taken every 6 months from here on out to make sure that we're moving forward. The data also is, what Mrs. Williams shared with us, is the improvement we're shifting mindsets. So it's the improvement in your behavior and your social emotional, and just the fact that you have those student support centers in every school now, and they're proud of them. So.
And it leads to my next question. What areas of MTSS are you supporting?
So all of them, because, and
Can
I
you
want.
list, can you, not, instead of
Yes.
saying all, can you tell me what areas,
Certainly.
please?
So academic, behavior, social, emotional are the 3 buckets of work. And is that answering?
I was searching for one more, like curriculum. Are you
Well,
working?
it's academics.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like you're.
Yes.
Okay.
So, and so the behavior and social emotional, the thought is to connect with the kids. I have to share with you that it's funny because inside of your system, I've been asked this question too. Well, it's all fluff. It's all social emotional. That is also why I feel I've been successful inside, because I know the side of the curriculum side. At one point in the district in which I worked, the superintendent had come to me and said, you're the strongest instructional leader that we have inside of this district right now. So I definitely want to share that with you because I do know academics and how to help. And I see that as a rather large charge right now.
Great. And then what would be your measurables of success? How are you gonna?
Can I click back here?
Absolutely.
Right here.
That's it.
Well, really, it's we need to get our academics up. We have to get our suspensions down. We have to get our referrals down. We have to have referrals to special education. We have to have kids want to come to school. Staff want to come to school. I mean, we need our staff to want to come to school, so our kids want to come to school, and we need our kids to graduate. We want them. That you have so much. This district serves the entire Antelope Valley area. I don't have to tell anyone that, So you're the last touch here before they go out into society. Like, that's serious to me. So let's make sure that the staff has everything that they need to be able to improve, make it better, And I don't believe that anyone isn't doing the best that they can with what they have. It's just that we need to help people make connections in a different way so that they want to continue to improve and that they can improve. You have great people here. So let's continue to give them the resources that they need to make those improvements.
Okay. And then a year from now, today, this is my check sheet here. I could use these to see if you're doing your job and you're earning the money that we're paying you.
Sure. And I want to remind you, I'm the facilitator of this work too. So it's like, I'm not yes, we need to measure all of that, and please do. And it is I'm facilitating, so inside of your system, they are doing the work. I'm facilitating, helping make the connections.
Can I add a question? So, because you've mentioned this a couple of times and I'm very glad that you have. So you really are our facilitator. That's your job.
Yep.
So who's ensuring the implementation at the school site, or because I know Mrs. Williams is very invested in doing all of the work, but I mean, we can facilitate until we've facilitated enough, but the buy-in of the implementation, is it there fully? And not just anecdotally, but fully. Teachers want to be there, the staff there believe in this. They know that, because right now you're saying it's so much at the beginning. So if we disrupt, is it tragedy?
So it is at the beginning. We have just started to roll out to the sites. And so I do feel that we have we are moving. The momentum is hard to gather and to start, and I feel like it is there. I think that it has so anecdotally, I know we said not to, but I do want to share that I heard some inside your system when there were student-free days, I think the staff rate for taking the day off was a little high. And so then I heard from a couple campuses that the staff was saying, well, oh, like we actually did stuff. So in a different way. So now there's a plan to make sure that more people come to the student-free day for the professional development already. So the work in the district level has been happening for a while. They definitely want to see it continue. The teams, the biggest accountability is having to come back for more. And so at this point, they have been coming back and they're rolling it out. There is a narrative inside of your system. I'm just going to put it out there that we start a lot of things and we don't finish. So that is definitely a fear out inside of your system. And so when this work started, it's like, well, MTSS is something that holds everything. So how can you not back away from the letters of capital MTSS and the acronym, just say it's tiered supports for your students. We have to do that. We have to figure out how to give them what they need when they need it. So this is just a way to bring it together for facilitation.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to move to E, traffic safety at Little Rock High School. Mr. Nehan.
So this item was put on the agenda at the request of a board member to discuss some traffic safety at Little Rock High School. So with that, Mr. Sanchez, I turn over to you.
Yes, so if you guys don't know, Little Rock High School is in the corner of 110th Street and Avenue R in the east side. And from personal experiences during school time and non-school time, and there's residents that live right across the street on Avenue R. There's people that are complaining of speeding, and I saw that myself. And I think that is a hazardous area, especially right across the street from being in Little Rock High School. And I would like to see if we could maybe put some speed bumps on that street. And it is a long strip with no stop signs. So, and if we could accommodate also other high schools that have the same issue. I know there's residents that have reached out to the city and stuff, but nothing has happened. Maybe if we could push the issue, we could do something, and it's for the safety.
Right. Mr. Nehan, can we kind of just give you some instruction to reach out to I think it's a county. Would that be county out there?
That's correct, yeah.
County. If we could talk to maybe the supervisor's office or something like that. see if we can get some assistance and potentially having them talk to the neighbors and see what they want over there and kind of give our recommendation that potentially there may be some spots for some speed bumps, if we could do that.
We can absolutely do that.
Everybody okay with that? Okay.
Thank you.
Right, F, board officer report. I really don't have much to report. However, I would like to say welcome to our outstanding new general counsel, Mr. Willis. I'd like you to go ahead and say a couple things about yourself, kind of tell the folks about you. I'll yield my time.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jabari Willis. I am a partner with the firm Atkinson, Adelson, Lawyer Root and Romo. I have been practicing in the area of education law for over 15 years. If you were here last week when there were several law firms that were here presenting, we heard about individuals who had family members who were teachers, principals, the whole shot. I also come from a family of educators. I didn't share that last week. Glad to be here, here to support the district in any way I can. I am personally here, but it is my firm that represents the district. We are a full service firm in terms of we handle all areas of education law, employment, facilities, special education, charter school. And so we will be looking to help the district in all areas of support. So I thank you for your support, and I look forward to working with both the district in terms of the board as well as the administration.
Thank you. And he's already earning his money. That's all I can say. Good job. Very impressed. Thank you. All right. We'll move to the Antelope Valley School Transportation Report update. Mr. Hawkins? Yes. Oh, absolutely. I retract that.
Just wanted to remind the board that Monday is the LAXTA meeting, Los Angeles County School Trustees. It is the first time in my memory that the meeting will actually be held up here in the Antelope Valley. In the past, we've always had to take a trip down below to meet. So it's kind of important. I hope you all will be able to attend.
I would love to. I work on Monday nights, but I already sent them my regards.
That was nice of you. Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
Great. Anybody else? Ms. Reed, you want to say anything? Ms. Sanchez?
What are the times?
We have an email on it. I'll
Yeah.
share with you. Yes.
I believe it's 5:30, but.
5:30 p.m. I believe. But I could forward you the email. All right. Now, Mr. Hawkins.
Just real quick, with AVSTA, the good news is they are down to only about 25 drivers short. We were at 40 about 2 months ago. So they have improved that. EverDriven is the side company, kind of a Uber for student transportation, just so you understand kind of what it is. They're an on-call, and they have added routes as well. So we use them for some of the single one-off transportations we have to do that are of distance. And they've got about 8 drivers in driver training right now. So it is better than it was. We're not there yet, but they are working through getting more drivers and making it successful for us. Thank you.
And I attend that meeting as well. And I could say this is our president of that organization right there. He was elected to that position. Congratulations. In addition, can you explain a little bit about our electric buses? Because I believe we're the largest.
We have, I think, 5 or 7 electric buses. They've had some challenges, but the manufacturer is improving them to make them useful. They are trying to use them on some of the in-town shorter routes. One of the issues is going to be distance, being able to get out, and they're looking at multiple charging stations and possibly even putting some start charging station, something like at Little Rock. So if they get out, they could charge and then be able to drive back. So they're doing that. They're purchasing them with grants. And they're in line for several grants to purchase more electric buses and to build the infrastructure there on site for the charging of those buses.
And Mr. Hawkins, in addition, we're kind of like trying to move forward to do some partnerships potentially with the cities that are moving forward on some electric stuff and Antelope Valley Transit Authority and stuff like that, correct?
Yes, because they have some charging stations that we can use in between routes.
So we're going to enter in some of those discussions.
And yes, and they've had very good discussions with Boyd Manufacturing here locally. They want to look to build a bus, and they didn't know about a school bus. They know a metro bus, but not a school bus. And so they've been working very closely with AVSTA for the rules, regulations, and specifications.
It's kind of the design.
Yes, and it's in the design stage right now.
Awesome. Thank you very much for your report.
Thank you.
I'm glad we're moving towards the electric part of that too as well.
Yes.
All right. All right, Mr. Michael Millings, AVTA, the other AVTA.
Good evening, Board President and Board members. As the district and AVTA look to open the bargaining season in the coming weeks, I am optimistic that a settlement can be reached before the end of this school year. In my 24 years in this district, it has been a rare occurrence that the district and AVTA began the school year having already reached a settlement. Simply because this is the way it has been done in the past, it does not mean that this is the way it should continue to be done moving forward. With a state budget that has projected a COLA even greater than last year's, the district's very robust ending fund balance, and the good relationship AVTA has with the district, I see no reason why a settlement cannot be reached in a couple of bargaining sessions. AVTA will sunshine the articles we look to bargain at the February board meeting and look forward to meeting with Mrs. Ramos and her bargaining team in early March. Thank you for your time and have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you. I like your statement. Just because it's always been done that way doesn't mean we have to continue to do it that way. Thank you. All right, CSEA, Miss Karen White. Sorry about the late meeting. This will be late.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Hughes, board members, student board member, board cabinet, and of course, Mr. Nian, Mr. Willis, welcome, and Ms. Orozco. I hope everybody enjoyed the celebration of Martin Luther King on Monday. And I want to make sure that you know that we all really enjoyed the ability to have a 3-day weekend. I did not hear any complaints on having 3 days off, but it's something that we'd like to have a lot more of. The rumor has it that tomorrow everyone will be receiving their retro checks. And I would just like to say that receiving extra money over what we have as a paycheck the past couple of months is a nice habit we wouldn't mind having a lot more of. And if that's something that we can negotiate for, we would like to consider it. As in the past years, we are looking towards the upcoming Paraeducator Conference, which is held in Ontario Conference Center, Ontario, California, on April the 4th through the 6th. This is an extremely informative and educational event and provides new ideas and techniques, not only for our members, but for the way that they come back and work with our students of special needs. It provides a vast amount of trainings, techniques, and information. Even with the time at the conference, no one can attend any of the classes or all of the classes that are offered. Right now, we're looking forward to sending at least 12 of our district paras to absorb and return to us with a wealth of knowledge to share amongst those who had to remain and hold down the fort in their absence. It's really apparent that on your agenda tonight, that there are some changes being put in place concerning our business department. It looks like more checks and balances are being strengthened and reinforcing a progress or process that is going to be made more efficient and getting payroll to our members as well as to meet other obligations. And I hope that that pans out the way that we have it in line. So I thank you for your attention this evening. And I hope that this weekend you have a warm, sunny, and a relaxing weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move into J, public comment from the floor on agendized items. Are there any comments from the public on agendized items?
Yes, we have 3.
Okay. The public is invited to address the board on any agenda item. To address the item on the agenda, speaker forms must be given to the designee before the board president chair announces this item. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each, and the total time for public input on each item shall be limited to 20 minutes. Only one person is permitted to stand at the podium at a time. No speaker may relinquish a time allotted to another speaker. During public comments, the board listens to the concerns or issues. The board may ask questions for purpose of clarification. The law prohibits the board from entering into a dialogue with the public or taking action on an item not on the agenda.
First speaker is Carrie Agomo, item 6D.
Hello.
Thank
and
you.
Good evening. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Hello and good evening. My name is Carrie Agomo, and I am a senior at Lancaster High School and a youth organizer for Cancel the Contract. Hope you guys are having a good evening. As we know, California districts, including our district, are implementing and have implemented a multi-tiered system of supports, or MTSS, to create a system of care to ensure students' needs are being met in all categories, academically, behaviorally, socially, and emotionally. MTSS is an educational framework used in education settings to help ensure that students, as well as educators, have the tools they need to help guide and take their needs into consideration and create the best outcomes for each individual student. For what I've seen from my time as a student into Antelope Valley Union High School District, a community member of the AV, and as well as looking at recent data reported by and for the Antelope Valley Union School District and its members, I can safely say that the MTSS put in place by the district and its resources are not being used correctly, as its main demographic is Black and Brown, low income, and disabled students. For time, I will just be focusing on Tier 1 of the MTSS and the universal category, and mostly talking about the positive and inclusive school climate, just due to time, something that's majorly important to have for an MTSS to actually work. Antelope Valley Union High School and its supporting schools failed to provide a positive and inclusive school environment and climate for its students, mainly Black and Brown students. Racism and ableism runs deep and rampant in our town, and it's very visible looking at the data. 1/3 of our students with disabilities are put into segregated classes or schools for most of the school day, and nearly 45% of those students are placed in segregated classes are Black. These practices violate the special education laws and discriminate against students based on disability and race. Students, especially disabled students, should not be separated by their non-disabled peers at lunch or any school event that involves all students. An example I would like to bring up is Quartz Hill and Highland High School's special education prom. Parents of special education children have expressed concerns about how the separation of disabled and non-disabled peers and their children. A question I would like to ask for those two schools in the entire district: why aren't the students being put together when the whole goal of the entire district is equity and community within the students? Racial and hostile environments are also more prominent than an inclusive positive one, including school staff using racial slurs as well as categorizing and
30
discriminating
seconds.
students for their needs. As a student who has faced racial actions again in the classroom by Lancaster High's teachers who are actively still working there, the district is failing our marginalized students and failing to provide safety for our students by staying silent and not addressing the racial issues prominent on campus. As the youth, I encourage students to speak up and the faculty to address issues, more specifically the racial issues and the lack of equity. And also to bring up the 2021-2022 school year of the 28 students expelled,
Time.
2/3 were Black and none of them were white. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Vivian E, 9B.
Good evening.
Good evening to my new board people. You know who you are. Ms. Orozco, my superintendent, and our new representatives for the general counsel. Thank God. I'm gonna go ahead and be short because there's so many things I come up here as a parent since I came about the year ago or two about the teacher coach at Highland calling the kids niggas, go out there and play like niggas. I'm never gonna forget this incident. But I'm here to say today for the what I'm talking about right now is 9B. First of all, I have to say what Dr. Martin Luther King said. Let's say happy Martin Luther King Day that I wasn't here to say anything at the special meeting. 1963, Dr. Martin Luther King said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutually tied in a single garment of destiny." I wasn't really sure what was going on today because I really hadn't been able to be here for a week or two, but listening to what's going on with this MTS or M, whatever that is, I hate to say it, I think Ms. Shannon Williams knows her stuff really well, but I've already had the experience of how we didn't get nothing done with the last superintendent that didn't help none of the kids with being called niggas. And I listen to all this stuff and I get sick and tired of all this stuff. I truly do, because they have it good on paper. They have it on these billboards of all the things that they say that they're doing for these kids for explosions. And it's a lie. It's not true. Because if that's the case, the young guy that got kicked off of our team at Highland, he was a IEP student along with my child who also was up there that didn't get to play at all, that took him to the championship because the coach was using their IEPs or different things against him. How dare you say stuff about how this IEP or different things that you're looking at about these kids that have issues and they're Black kids. And I know I'm supposed to be talking about Martin Luther King, but guess what? He spoke for all Black, white, brown, and every other kid and everybody in this district. And I want to say, I'm really sick of seeing two of your board members in here that helped cause some of these problems in here. That one there and that one there. Grady and this one. And this one here sitting in the corner over here with her prejudice self and racist self. Yes, you, AV Press. I advise you all to please have our council help look into some of the stuff that when Dr. Ruffin was on the board, some of the things that they're coming up here now with different names, acting like that there are new companies coming in here, all behind different names that are all because these two and other ones were sitting there promoting racist stuff about things that are going on. They don't care about our brown and Black kids up in this district. Yeah, Martin Luther King did a whole lot. A lot of Blacks have done a whole lot. Maybe you should check out that new movie coming up is Devotion, because there's a white man that will tell you so seriously how great that Black aircraft person was, a pilot back in the days that did a whole lot. There was a white man that just recently probably passed away.
30
that spoke
seconds.
highly of Black people, or just even the young man that had to be called nigga while he was helping our government in the armed forces and stuff like that. I'm gonna say it to you again. You're gonna get sick of my face, but the issue I have, I'm just so proud to see these three new people sitting up on this board. I'm thankful to see you. And yes, we should clap, because also we should know too, all this stuff that they're talking about, I know that they got great teachers in this here district from Quartz Hill. I have kids in Quartz Hill and others too, but these teachers might need a lot of help with this program that you're acting like you guys are really doing for the students. Help these kids, because you're not really doing it.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Betsy McKinstry, 9D.
What was it,
9D.
Good evening, Board and Cabinet.
Good evening.
And I haven't gotten to personally welcome and congratulate you, and I look forward to working with you as new board members as well. I know your support for career technical education. So on the agenda tonight is the Career Technical Education Month board resolution to recognize the month of February as CTE month. I'd like to share some information about the district CTE programs. Currently, we have approximately 7,500 students. That's 35% of the enrollment of the district that take at least one CTE course. 2,500 additional students take more than one CTE course and are in a pathway. We offer CTE courses at every school in the district, including our alternative sites and the academies of the Antelope Valley. The courses are offered before, during, and after school. These courses, to name a few, are in aerospace engineering, digital electronics, computer integrated manufacturing, medical interventions, welding, principles of biomed, medical clinical, EMT, sustainable agriculture, sound engineering, and they're offered in 9 of the 15 identified industry sectors that are aligned with regional economic demand. There are 90 CTE credentialed teachers in our district that teach these courses. Our students also participate in 3 different career technical student organizations, FFA, Skills USA, and HOSA. Through these CTSOs, students learn leadership, presentation skills, project management, and problem solving, and compete at regionals, state, and national events. So we have so many CTE student success stories, 3 minutes just will not do it, to highlight the students that go on to the workforce, college, and or additional training opportunities, and add to the homegrown talent of Antelope Valley. To celebrate these programs, teachers and students during CTE month, we invite you, community members, industry partners, parents, and others to visit our CTE programs. This coming Monday, a flyer will be distributed with information to sign up for our scheduled visits throughout the month.
30 seconds.
We encourage those who are unable to attend during those times. We'd like to also accommodate a visit. So please reach out to the CTE division, and we will do that to anybody that wants to visit our programs. Public, industry partners, parents, community, and even district employees. So our team looks forward to sharing these programs, teachers, and hardworking staff with you.
Are you finished?
Yes. No, I'm finished. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You're going to get a lot of support for CT up here, I can tell you that. Right. Is that all our speakers?
That concludes our
Okay.
agendized items.
Okay, public comments from the floor for non-agendized item. Are there any comments from the public for non-agendized items?
Yes, we have 5 speakers.
Right. The public is invited to address the board on any matter not on the agenda that is within the jurisdiction of the board. To address an item not on the agenda, speaker forms must be given to the designee before the board president chair announces this item. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each, and a total time for public input shall be limited to 20 minutes. Only one person is permitted to stand at the podium at the time. No speaker may relinquish a time allotted to another speaker. During public comments of the board listens to concerns issues. The board may ask questions for purpose of clarification. The law prohibits the board from entering into a dialogue with the public or taking action on an items not on the agenda.
First speaker is Raquel Durfler, due process protections.
Good evening, Raquel.
Okay, so I'm here this evening to speak to the letter that the superintendent and then you board members received this morning from attorneys representing members of Cancel the Contract, Antelope Valley students, and the Antelope Valley community at large. So specifically, I'm here to discuss the district's lack of due process protection in school discipline matters. In several cases where students are formally disciplined through the suspension or expulsion process, the district fails to follow due process requirements guaranteed in the Education Code. These protections include written notice and an opportunity for a conference before a student is suspended. Parents frequently report having to ask for a written notice or not receiving it for days. They also report that students are not given a chance to tell their side of the story in a pre-suspension conference before the decision to suspend has been made. Students are also being suspended for behaviors that are not listed in the Education Code or for minor behaviors that could be handled at the school level. The Education Code also gives students and their parents due process protections in the expulsion process that the district consistently fails to provide. Before a student can be expelled, the district is required to hold a hearing within 30 school days. 10 days before the hearing, the district must provide the student and their parents with written notice of the expulsion hearing, the right to be represented by counsel at the hearing, and their ability to inspect all documents and question all witnesses to be relied on at the hearing. In the event a student is expelled, the Education Code requires that the district still provide them with an adequate education program. The district also routinely ignores each of these legal requirements and overuses transfers, waivers, stipulated expulsions to coerce parents and students out of their rights. Rather than continuing to over-rely on harmful exclusionary practices that often result in due process violations, the district should use a third-party expert to create a multi-tiered system of support that is used across the district and that holds district staff to account for violations of student rights. And then just very quickly, you had asked earlier about the ratio of students to counselors. So the actual recommended ratio is 1 counselor for every 250 students. So by the district's own metrics, their counselor is seeing like 100 more students than they should be able to handle. So thank you.
Raquel, is that an industry standard that you're speaking
Yes,
of?
that is like, that is what the recommended by, like, I guess there's like a counselor organization.
And
is
just
like
for
one.
clarification, can you provide me that area so I could look that up?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, great. You have my email. In addition, you say a lot of parents are saying this stuff is happening. Can you do me a favor? You got my email? Can you have those parents email me their concerns? And I guarantee you, we will look at them. I really want to start understanding this.
The process. So what happens is that they're just hidden. So like when you transfer a student, put them in the student support center all day and using that as an in-school suspension, the district does not have to report that to the state. So
I'm tracking that. I could tell you that.
okay, thank
All
you.
right. All right. Next.
Vivian E., Civility.
Thank you to the president, all you three that are here. Now, I tell you, you just don't know how you made my day and my life right now, just to even come here. I hope the things be the way we spoke of when you guys got signed in, that the way you sound right now, you guys are definitely trying to get on board to figure out the stuff that's been going on, because it's been going on for a long time. And this stuff about this leadership stuff, the way they're acting like everything is so perfectly made, it's not true, it's a lie. I'm telling you now, you'll find out, just like you said. I hope some parents will send some stuff to you. I'm going to try to send some stuff to you. But the civility policy, the reason why I always have that on my thing is because these two ladies, these two people, that one, Grady and Wynn, they treated Dr. Ruffin so bad that I know that I hope she has a case on them for the rest of her life, because the civility about how they had the gunshots, the target practice with the shotguns, where the target holes were sitting there for Bob Davis, for Dr. Ruffin, and the other one, Perel. They had those shows with Stockdale's Happy No Good But and Hunt and all them trying to recall these good people. And they sit here just the way they got this, just like Kevin McCarthy. Remember I told you this is like a microcosm of stuff that was going on last year, microcosm of the government that's going on, the way McCarthy would give up everything just to have a position like this one and this one. But why I'm saying this about how the civility party is, they sit here and did some things that were so dirty. And as a parent coming into the district, I had to learn the method of how this stuff even works. It's pitiful because our superintendent that was here didn't help. Shannon Williams helping him or whatever. This stuff about them talking and it didn't happen about this MT, whatever else that stuff is. I can't even sick to say it. But this behavioral so-called oversight that came about, if Matt Case thinks, and he's somebody with Antelope District, whatever, AV, if he thinks that calling the kids go out there and play like some niggas, that the coach, DJ Hines, did call the kids to say all that, that it's like a word of endearment, he got another thing coming from my black ass. You want to know why? Because it's a shame, and that's what he has. In the records of the two parents that came from the district of Highland with this here so-called principal sitting over here that didn't help. He gave all the information that a parent gave about how the coach did him so dirty. Chris Grado sitting here on this here board, how you did that? By these ones and the other corruptions that were up in here. To get them on this board to do what they did to these kids, please try to find out what has happened to these kids in Highland. Find out where some of their histories are right now. Because things that you do when these kids are in school districts, they get done dirty. Just like these little kids that come up here and they'll be so happy. This is beautiful. This is a special time. This district, before you guys came, didn't do nothing but ruin a bunch of lives and parents. And I'm gonna hold you to it. I can care less if you hate seeing my black ass. And I'm glad you're smiling, Miss. I'm glad you're smiling, Grady, because guess what? You are some type of a person that you should be ashamed of trying to get
30
Susan
seconds.
Strom, her racist ass up in this district, coming up here talking about our president. Let me tell you, if you ain't thought your Trump has got a problem, you are one of the main Trumplicans walking around up in this place and lie to the district, just like Stockdale and Hunt try to get $20,000 out of my black ass. It didn't happen, but you guys let it happen. You wanted it to happen. You didn't even stand up. You should be laughing and turning green because you're looking like a damn turkey, just like your doggone Trumplican. But I'm gonna say this, God's watching you. And guess what? I gotta be asked for my forgiveness of my sins, but you better watch for yours. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie, AVUHSD, racially hostile environment.
Good evening again.
Hello, good evening. I am here again today to speak to the letter of the superintendent and the board of trustees received this morning from attorneys representing members of Cancel the Contract, Antelope Valley students, and the Antelope Valley community as a whole. Specifically, I am here to discuss the disproportionate discipline of Black students and students with disabilities. According to the district data reported to the state in 2021 to 2022, the district reported 2,762 suspensions. This is over 1,100 more, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. This is over 1,100 more suspensions than were originally reported in all of LA Union High School. Not high school, Union School District, a district nearly 24 times the size of Antelope Valley Union High School District. Antelope Valley Union High School District suspension rate is 25 times more than the LA Union Union School District suspension rate, 4.5 times the rate of the rest of the LA County, and twice the rate of the rest of the state of California. Rates of discipline for Black students and students with disabilities were even worse. Last year, the average suspension rate for Black students was 17.3 students for every 100 students, far above the district's average and nearly 4 times the rate for white students. The suspension rate for students with disabilities was 2.5 times more than the suspension rate for its non-disabled peers. Black students with disabilities received more than half of the suspensions given to the students with disabilities, although they barely account for a quarter of the disabled population. We have also learned that the district actually excludes students from classes for disciplinary reasons at an even higher number without reporting these removals as in-school or out-of-school suspensions. These informal removals take the form of students being sent home or out of class to on-campus detention or the Student Support Center for part of the day, the whole day, or even multiple days for their behavior. These removals are not treated as the suspensions that they are, even though they are for disciplinary reasons and result in the classroom exclusions and lost instruction. We know that the district is aware of its discipline policies and practices contribute to racial and disability-related disproportionalities, but they have not changed their systems. These practices, as they are, fail to provide a safe and supportive learning environment and have determinational impacts on academic outcomes and lead to trauma and higher risk of dropout and criminal legal system contact. The community asks that you take immediate action to reform oh my gosh,
30
discipline
seconds.
policies, procedures, and practices to comply with the law and ensure that district and school staff are trained on developmentally and culturally appropriate ways of approaching student behavior and disabilities. We also ask that you secure a community-approved expert to develop and implement a district-wide multi-tiered system of supports that does not rely on classroom removals, law enforcement, or security. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Steve Hill, student input and perspective.
I'm so disappointed.
Marcos Alvarez, trustees.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Where do I begin? I was going to talk about racism, but they stole my thunder. Having said that, I believe enough has been said. And in a nutshell, the history is here. And I'm not going to attack any individual. I'm going to attack the area and the school system in this area. And that's where we need to start. So as a solution, as a means of moving forward and working together with parents, teachers, staff, and students, I'm saying internal customer service training. It works. Understanding the origins of cultures that attend our schools, it works. Once you all have, and you may already have it, but once all that is in place, we begin to understand how we treat X student who is not a particular gender and or color. So to that end, I will close with that. Somebody talked about Dia de los Muertos. So they covered it. And again, you guys are a sight for sore eyes, okay? You highlighted it. But specifically, it does come from Mexico, over 3,000 years ago, from Mesoamerica, which is now in central Mexico. Modern Mexican Americans, I'm Latino, born in Guadalajara, grew up in East LA, and now living here. I don't even celebrate it. However, when it gets revisited, you reach back to your culture and you say, wait a minute, why aren't I doing that? So at the end of the day, Dia de los Muertos, you celebrate the life of the one you lost, right? With those yellow flowers and whatever memory you have of that person that you just lost, you build an altar. And it reminds you on November 2nd, you celebrate the life of the one you just lost. So to those students that were here from Courtsville High School and Eastside High School that put that, to me, again, that's a sight for sore eyes. We've never saw that here before this new board and or previous years. So thank you for that. And finally, I just want to say, I want to thank the staff at Knight High School who are doing ever so diligently interviewing people to replace the softball coach for Knight High School. So thank you for that to the principal and all staff who are making it a little easier, if you will. Because tonight I'm going home and my daughter's still asking, the first thing she asked me, did we find a coach, right? And she practices every day in my backyard. I built her
30 seconds.
so she can continue and be ready if and when the coach comes. So I'd like to have an extended conversation with Mr. Sanchez, right? Because I know you represent that area, so we can expedite that. And finally, in the last 10 seconds that I have, let's reinforce on what's going on the psychological impact on the students that was offered psychological help and didn't respond. We need to reinforce that and making sure so they can rebuild trust in any future sport happening in any of our schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes all of our speakers.
Moving to 7, personal service action items. Approval of variable term waiver, VTW. It is recommended the Board of Trustees approve and direct the Assistant Superintendent of Personal Service to submit a variable term waiver allowing this individual to work in an administrative assignment as indicated. May I have a motion?
I'll make that, okay, second.
Second?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay, I'll make the motion.
Second.
All right, discussion. Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, motion passes. Number 8, business services action item. Annual approval of developer fee report. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the 2021 to 2022 annual developer fee report. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. B, adopt resolution number 2022-23-17, interfund transfer of funds, fiscal year 2022-2023. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 2022-23-17, authorizing interfund transfer of funds for the fiscal year of 2022-2023 as presented. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. C, cancel contract for service STS 23025 Collaborative Learning Solution LLC. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees ratify the cancellation of contract for service number STS-23-025 with Collaborative Learning Solutions LLC, previously approved on July 20th, 2022. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. D, consulting agreement number STS 23077, Aligned Action Consulting LLC. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the cancellation of consulting agreement number STS 23077 with Aligned Action Consulting LLC, previously approved on November 16th, 2022. I'm going to make a motion that we table this item. Can I get a second?
Second.
Right over it. All right, any discussion?
I'm curious, is there a reason?
I'm going to table this so we can have maybe some more discussion on this at a later time.
Will, Ms. Williams, what will this affect any timeline that we have going?
No, actually, this, if we canceled this, it would stop everything right now. So what I want to do is table this. That's why I did the motion. The contract would continue if we do not cancel it.
The contract remains in effect with the motion of tabling or approval of tabling.
Any other discussion? All right. I have a motion and a second. We'll go to the vote. I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call. Ms. Corona, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sanchez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Nguyen, how do you vote?
To table it.
To table, yes, ma'am.
Sorry. To table it means it'll be coming back at the next meeting.
Potentially.
Oh, okay. I thought they had to come back at the next meeting, but as long as it comes
Yeah,
back
can I
to
get
us.
a ruling on that?
You can bring it back at a future meeting. Doesn't
That's what I-
necessarily have to
Just a
be.
future meeting.
That's what I
Next meeting.
Okay,
Yeah.
as long as it comes back to us.
Okay. Did I get a vote on that? Did you
Pardon?
vote?
Yes.
Okay, it's a yes. And Ms.
Yes.
McGrady, yes. All right. And I'm sorry. I should have started with you on this one. I'll get used to that, sir. Mr. Delgado, how do you vote?
Yes.
All right, so unanimously approved. Oh, so moving on. All right. E, consulting agreement number STS 23090, Line Action Consulting LLC. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve consulting agreement contract STS 23090 with Aligned Action Consulting LLC. I will go ahead and make a motion to table this item as well. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second, duly seconded. Any discussion?
I just personally feel like we need more discussion because I'm not comfortable yet. So I would like to have more time to discuss.
I agree. Any other discussion? Ms. Nguyen, Ms. McGrady?
So
Sanchez?
once again, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Willis, but if we vote yes to table it, we will be able to revisit it and whatever work they're doing will continue. But if we vote no and the cancel, it has to be it would have to have a majority no. But anyway, as long
You
as
want
it's
two
tabled,
contracts, let
it
me
will
know.
continue. Is that correct?
Yeah, considering you tabled the previous item, you would have dual contracts.
Okay, so I'm curious why why are we having dual contracts?
No,
Okay.
you're not, but technically, the last item was tabled.
Okay,
So you didn't take action to cancel the current contract. So there would be no reason for you to approve what would essentially be a successor contract
Okay.
until you make a final determination on the current contract.
all right, thank you.
All right, any other discussion? I have a motion, I have a second. Any more discussion? Seeing none, I'm just gonna try. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Okay, 9, administrative service, action item. Adoption of board resolution number 2022-23-16, board member absence.
Mr. Hughes, I'm going to excuse myself so the board can discuss.
Yes, ma'am, I understand why. Good move. Yes, ma'am, we won't forget you. Ms. Williams, that's your job. All right, it is recommended that the Board of Trustee approve resolution number 2022-23-16 board member absence that would allow board member Danita Nguyen to be compensated for her absence from the board meeting held on December 9th, 2022. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Second,
any discussion? I'll help you out. I'll do some discussion. Ms. Nguyen was sick and ill, and not her fault to miss the meeting. Our policies are pretty clear on that. So I have no problem. We have a motion. We have a second. Any other discussion?
I
All right.
agree. She was in the hospital, so I mean, it was
Absolutely, yep.
totally out of her hands.
Absolutely. And just, I'm going to piggyback on this. I'm going to come back with a item that I think that we need to, since this discussion, fix something that the previous board did with a previous director that I probably don't think is quite fair. And I'm going to try to do my best to rectify that in a future meeting. But on this one, I'm going to head, and since there's no more discussion, I'm going to call on a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. She gets paid. Okay. B, adoption. Can we get her? Absolutely. All right. We're gonna fix it. All right, we got you paid. But I know it's de minimis money. It's not changing your budget, I can tell, but you got paid. Okay, we're gonna move on to B. Very important. Adoption of board resolution number 2022-23-18. Affirmation of February as the African American History Month. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 2022-23-18, affirmation of February as the African American History Month as presented. I would love to make that motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
I do. I just would like to say, I love that, nationally, really, February is African American History Month, but I would love for us also to be mindful that every day, every week, every month needs to recognize the legacies, the culture, the importance of the African American person here in our country. So it's not just February. And I tell my students this all the time in my college and university classes. Same with Latino month, Hispanic Heritage Month, Native American month. I mean, everybody has a month, right? Yes, it's wonderful. We have to signify it, but we need to celebrate African Americans in March, April, May, June, and beyond. So I just want to say that.
Ms. Nguyen, do you have any discussion on this?
Normally, and I'm hoping that this time it happens as well. Normally, we get a list of maybe different activities or things that are happening at the school site. Mr. Meehan, will that happen again?
That is in the works.
Oh, good. Thank you. That enables the board to be able to attend and take a look at what is happening in our schools. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just want to add one more thing too. I had the honor to attend the Justice Sunday at the LPAC, and I hope other board members can go. I believe it's this Friday at the Palmdale Playhouse. And it was really, it was great to see the talent and the dedication of our students, staff, and community to make that event happen. And as an educator, as a theater practitioner, I did bring some of the concerns I had to our superintendent, and he will be addressing those, I hope, with some of the leaders. But I do hope, and also the community, support the great artistic works that are happening at our schools and at our community playhouse and theaters.
Thank you. Ms. McGrady, do you have any comment or discussion?
I'm for it. I think it's excellent. And typically, as Ms. Nguyen said, we pre-pandemic, I don't know, I'm saying typically, but pre-pandemic, we would get a list of what was happening at each school so we could visit those. So I'm looking forward to being able to do that once again.
Mr. Sanchez?
Yeah, I'm for it too.
All right, great, outstanding. So I have a motion, a second, and the discussion is done. We'll go ahead with a vote. Go ahead and move that all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. All right. C, adoption of Board Resolution 2022-23-19 National School Counseling Week. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 2022-23-19 National School Counseling Week as prescribed. I'll go ahead and make a motion. Can I get a second?
Second. Oh,
Second. Okay. Any discussion? Ms. Corona?
So again, thank you, counselors, for any of the counselors out in the audience today and or those listening at home. The work that the counselors are doing is so important as a part of the educational system and really the well-being of the student. And I would hope that I can get some clarity on the actual ratios of the counselors from Ms. Williams' presentation versus one of the audience brought in some other facts. So because we need to make sure our counselors are supported, not overworked, because then they burn out and then they leave and then we have to start the cycle again. So let us celebrate them every day, but this week is definitely for them.
Any other discussion?
I just want to add my congratulations to our counselors because they perform miracles every week, every day. And I think that it should be celebrated. This doesn't seem like enough, but hopefully they understand how much we appreciate the work they do.
Great. Goodness.
I'm very excited to see or hear about the new programs that they were starting in January with extended hours to see how many students are being served and just hear an update on that. So looking forward to it. Thank you.
I agree with everybody. I mean, honestly, being a counselor is not an easy thing. It's dealing with the issues and dealing with the students. So we have to make sure that each student gets heard by a counselor. So in the future, if we need to hire more, let's hire more.
Stand. All right, have a motion, second. Looks like our discussion is done. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. See none, so moved. D, adoption of Board Resolution number 2022-23-20 Career Technical Educational Month. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 2023-20 as February 2023 Career Technical Educational Month. I'll make a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second, all right, discussion. Go ahead, Ms. Nguyen.
I have comment. throughout the time that I've been on the board for the Antelope Valley Union High School District, I've just seen amazing growth in the area of career technical education. Dr. McKinstry, you and your team have done an amazing job, and I always enjoyed the tour that you give even the virtual tour, which I thought was done quite well. I want to sign up. Can I sign up for this month or this February? I know you said Monday we would get information on how to sign up, but I'm going to do it now. So I enjoy seeing the programs. I especially enjoy seeing the students because their enthusiasm is just a testament to what you do and how you put it all together for them. Thank you.
Mr. Grady.
Sure. Yes, those were all wonderful. I'd like to congratulate Dr. McKinstry and her team as well. I would love to have her do an absolute presentation for us and kind of let us know of all the programs and things that are happening. And it seems like a few years ago, we were able to visit some of the classrooms and come and see some of the students at work and learning. And those were good times as well. So maybe we can do that with this board and let everyone see some of the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Yes, no, I'm glad that, again, we are acknowledging CTE month. And also I was trying to make all the list of all the programs, but what I would hope our board can move towards is even expanding and building. And I would love to see, electricians and plumbers and the different types of CTE, technical theater, creative economy is huge out there. So again, thank you. And I very much look forward to touring classroom sites, whatever we're open to visiting. So thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. There's nothing more than special than educating young adults, any form of trade. Why? Because they could do it themselves versus paying for it. It's something that we're going to have to bring into that. So more trades for the high schools.
I think this is absolutely awesome. I could tell you I campaigned on rebuilding our FFA program, bringing in trades. I'm very fortunate. I had 5 kids go through Quartz Hill High School, all graduated. They have bachelor's degrees, they have master's degrees. I got West Pointers. I've got 2 Army officers. I got West Point son-in-law, Annapolis son-in-law. I can go on and on and on about how great Quartz Hill performed for my family. However, there's a big gap of students that don't go to college or don't go in the military. We need to make sure they have mortgage paying jobs. And how you do that is do that with CTE. I can tell you this, a month ago or so, or maybe a little longer, I toured Santa Maria. They have a CTE offsite complex, costs about $50 million. It's absolutely incredible. The director there is the most amazing man. We're doing a field trip, just so you guys know. We are going to do a field trip, and we're going to be moving into a strategic plan here real quick. Probably the first time this district's ever done it. We're going to move into it, and I really want to build an offsite CTE center to accommodate. Basically, I guarantee you our campaign promises. So look forward to it. It's going to get exciting. We're just trying to get everything done real quick to build a base so we can move forward. So we have a motion. We have a second. Go ahead and move to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. All right.
Well, I just wanted to add that for you parents out there that don't know, apprenticeships are for free. So they could sign up to get free education and to get a mortgage paying job in the future.
Yep. All right. It's going to get exciting. All right. Okay, so now we're moving to 10, approved consent agenda. I'll get your name on here. Approve items listed in the following consent agenda categories: educational service, student services, personal services, business service, administrative service. Actions proposed for the consent agenda are items consistent with adopted policies and improved practice of the district that are deemed routine in nature. The board will ask to approve all the items in the consent agenda by a single vote unless any member of the board asks that an item be removed from the consent agenda to be considered and discussed separately. So It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the items listed in the following consent agenda categories: education service, student service, personal service, business services, and administrative services as presented. Before I do a motion, I do want to pull off for both discussion and vote. Bear with me 1 second, please. That would be 11N, educational services, approve arts, music, and instructional materials, discretionary block grant plan EDS 2022-23-076. So I would move that off for both vote and discussion. Anybody else?
I'd like to not pull it, but just for discussion only.
Donation 14A, just for discussion, right? Anybody else?
I for 14, I think it's the PO and direct pay schedule. There were a couple of the costs on there that were going to the AMI block grant. So if that is still the funding source, I would like to pull those.
So the funding source remains, we can, if the board wishes, approve tonight, and then if the plan is not approved, bring those back for a funding source change, or you can pull them for separate vote.
So I'll go ahead and move that we pull that for discussion and vote. That would be 14E.
14E.
Is that what you were
yes.
talking- yes.
Yeah, there was
Okay.
a couple that had the arts and music.
Okay.
Specifically, the 3 items with the arts and music.
Yes.
Okay.
Good call. And is that time sensitive on those POs? If I brought it back at the next month, or I call a special meeting?
February, we would be good.
All right, so let's go ahead and I can jump into N first before we go to, or should I just do a vote?
So I would
and then-
recommend a first and a second, and then do discussion, vote on everything that has not been pulled, and then do the separate discussion and votes on those individual items.
Okay, great. So I'll go ahead. It is recommended the Board of Trustees approve the items listed in the following consent agenda categories: education service, student service, personal service, business service, administrative services as presented, including the ones that we just discussed. We'll pull for discussion, vote, or just discussion. Correct?
So we'll first and second, and then discuss the one item, 14A, that's discussion only, and then vote on the entire consent agenda, and then the individual discussion for the items that are for a vote, a separate vote as well.
Okay, but I want, with the vote, though, I'm going to hold off on the vote unlike N and E.
11N, and then 14, the direct pay and purchase order.
So how about this? I'll make a motion to approve all items except what we pulled.
Correct.
And or was going to discuss, and then we'll hit those as individuals. So that's my motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion. This one. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. 14A is approve donations. And for all the years that I've been on the board, it's always been important to me to make sure that the people who donate to help our students maybe have something that they wouldn't have had otherwise, or an opportunity they wouldn't have otherwise, just needs to be recognized and let them know that we appreciate it. immensely.
And I agree with you. And I think as a board, Ms. Nguyen, we can give directions to the superintendent to maybe put together a proclamation or some kind of award, something that we could probably present to these people that have donated money.
As a matter of course, they will receive a thank you note from the superintendent and identifying our tax ID number for taxes if they're able to. So
And they're-
everyone who gets a donation will get a letter.
Okay, and I like that, but I think we can go with a nice proclamation and maybe potentially do that if it's the will of the board. It's not like it's going to cost us a lot of money, but I think Ms. Nguyen's right. It's very important to recognize people that donate their hard-earned money for the students. So, and Mr. Nian, I'll give you that instruction as long as the board has agreed with me. Ms. Nguyen, you agree?
Yes.
I have a question. So just about donations, can I only comment on,
Can I get an approval first and then I'll jump right back to you? Do you agree with the proclamation?
oh, yes, yes.
Mr. Sanchez,
Yes.
that's your instruction, Mr. Nian. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Corona.
Apologies. May I comment on any other just question / clarification of donations that is not on this page, or I can only speak on the table here?
What's listed?
Only what's currently listed? Okay,
That is correct.
I'll bring it up then at another time.
You put it on the agenda. Okay, so now we have a motion, a second discussion. This will be a vote to approve everything except for the two items N and E. Is my understanding?
Yes.
11N and 14E.
11N and 14E, correct. So I think we can get this done. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Now we will go to, let's go to N for a motion and discussion potentially. I'm going to make a motion that we table N. Can I get a second? Second discussion. I'll jump in the discussion. A revised governor's budget might be changing some of these figures. I got to tell you, it's a discretionary grant. I want to get public input. I want to get teachers' input. I want to get stakeholders' input. If we have millions of dollars to spend, I'm not just going to do it. I want input on the best uses of that money for our students, to enhance our students. And that's one of the reasons I would like to table it, potentially create a committee to do this. But I think we need to really look at this money, where it's going, and one, figure out how much we have, and two, let's put it to the best use, and let's get our stakeholders in to explain how we should use that money. That's my discussion. Anybody else?
Just a question. I heard you ask, but I didn't actually hear the answer. As far as time is concerned, will we be able to do this at our next meeting and still meet it within the time necessary?
Mr. Hawkins, you have an answer on that?
I believe so, or we can always find an alternate source in the meantime of funding.
I have no problem jumping in and calling a special meeting as well, as this is our fourth meeting in 41 days. I don't think anybody has a belief that I won't do that. So time of the essence.
And so I understand that the budget is going to be revised. However, is the title of the block grant going to also be revised?
No, not to my knowledge.
okay.
This is all in that large packet for the omnibus bill that was encompassed all of the trailer bills
Right.
from the legislative session this last June that the governor signed on like August 27th.
Okay, so I just want to be very clear to the board as well as the public that I'm going to be very clear that this should go, most of it if possible, to arts and music. That's what it's called, the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant. So we do need to discuss this. It's millions of dollars. As many of you know, in the schools, the arts are always the first to get slashed. And so the one opportunity that we have to gain some funding, we already are going to get it taken away. And I'm not going to let that happen.
And Ms. Corona, I heard you very clear campaigning out there on that trail with that exact statement. So that's great. Mr. Sanchez. All right. Any other discussion on this? Okay, so I have a motion to table. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. We will get back to that and it's going to happen quick. Okay, and now we'll move to 14E, business services purchase order and direct pay schedule. I'll make a motion to approve. Well, no, but yeah, I have to do a motion to approve. Can I get a second so we get into discussion?
Second.
Second, got a second. We'll move into discussion now. Ms. Corona.
So I just, again, was concerned with, I had, hold on, let me find the page. We're on number 14E, yes? Okay, so the east, just a couple of areas, and again, it was for the AMI block grant, the $20,000 for Carnegie Hall performance trip. Wonderful. Go to Carnegie Hall, but don't use that money yet is what I would, I just want to, the reason why I didn't want to move forward on this. And then same with the esports, those two purchases there. There is a $333,000. I don't know if anyone actually reads all of these, but there's a lot. There's a lot to learn on here. But the $333,000 is a lot to think about when you approve it in a big cluster. But I got clarification and it's for college career readiness. So I'm clear now on that. But definitely anything AMI grant, I would like to, I don't know how it works. You pull it or?
So those three items have been pulled for discussion and separate vote at this point.
Oh, okay.
So, okay. Mr. Hawkins, is there other funds available to cover those three items?
Yes.
Yes.
So we can cover them
Okay.
in another item and take another look at the block grant funding and items funded.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve. I have a second. I don't know if I want to even vote yes on that, but if we vote, for clarification, if we vote yes, that means we're spending that money, or we actually don't have that money right now to spend. So how would I separate those?
So you can vote, the board can vote no, and those three items are pulled. I believe you can table those as well.
Yeah, or you can rescind the motion and then
I'll rescind
or-
my motion.
or
Rescind.
or do a motion to amend the current motion so that it's tabled.
I'll pull my motion. Can I have a second pulled?
Second.
Okay, so we're going to start with a new motion, and the motion would be, I make a motion to pull those,
Table, pull,
I would
you can
table.
use it interchangeably.
table those three items, so we can have further discussion for funding. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion on that motion on those three items? Okay, hearing none, I'll move to the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Now we'll go back to 14E with those removed, and I'll make a motion to approve. Can I get a second? We withdrew the three.
Oh, for withdrawn. Okay, second.
So now we got to get the rest of them.
Got it.
So I'll make a motion to approve. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, now I have a second. Any discussion on that?
Just to clarify for me, I'm sorry, I'm feeling a little somewhat confused. So now we're back on the same item, but everything else.
I'm going to get you right back there. So on E, with the last motion, we removed the three. We
Those three.
table
And then
those for
now we're
future
voting
discussion.
on the rest of E on everything else.
Everything else is
Perfect.
left in.
Yep.
And if we vote yes, it's approved.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, great. Seeing none, I will go ahead with the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. All right. moving to 15, correct, Mr. Nia? We're on 15?
That is correct.
All right. You're up, Mr. Superintendent, from the board superintendent.
I have no comments this evening. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. Ms. McGrady, or I'll start, I'm sorry. Mr. Delgado, more important.
Good evening, everyone. I don't have much comment other than welcome to semester 2. Hopefully this semester is easier on my grades because last semester wasn't so much. Other than that, that's really it. Hope everyone had a good winter break and looking forward to working with the new board members.
Really
you.
excited. Ms. McGrady.
Thank you. I received some information today concerning SOAR, early college high school in Lancaster. We may have mentioned this in the past, but because I just received it today from somebody in my Kiwanis group, I thought I needed to mention it. MIT every year chooses 10 universities, or excuse me, 10 high schools to honor in the United States with a grant. And SOAR High School was one of those 10 once again. And I thought they deserved to at least be, receive a little round of applause tonight. So thank you for all staff. And then one other quick thing is, some of you may not know this, but today is Miss Wynn's birthday.
Oh, yeah.
So I thought we should at least say, yell out a happy birthday. We won't have to sing, but
24.
let's yell out a happy birthday.
24, it's a major mark.
Happy birthday.
Happy
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Do you want us to sing?
Well, you can, I can't.
Thank
I'll
you.
get Mr.
That's all
Hill
I
out
have.
here to sing for her. Yeah. Well, we'll go to the birthday girl.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
That's me. I wanted to comment on Justice Sunday. I have gone to most of the performances that the students have put together throughout the years, but I hate to say it, but they just keep getting better. I mean, I hate to say it because I don't want to diminish the first several performances, but these kids are good. Oh my. And they put it all together. They do the whole thing. They come up with their storyline. They come up with the script. They sing the songs. Oh, since I can't sing, I think I appreciate it even more to hear their voices. They just open their mouth and song comes out. They do the performances, the dance. It's just an amazing performance. And as Ms. Corona said, they're going to be doing it in Palmdale. I don't remember what day exactly. I don't- Is it Friday?
It's tomorrow at 6 p.m. at the Palmdale Playhouse.
If anybody can make it or attend, I hope that you do because it's just wonderful. It brings tears to my eyes to watch these students perform. They put their heart and soul in it. And I appreciate the message. I appreciate the talent even more. Also wanted to follow up just a little bit on Career Technical Education Month. I appreciate the opportunity to go out and take a look at what we offer. I personally know students who have gone through our school district, and one young man has his own audiovisual company and came from a deep desire from the district and the classes that he took and the mentors that he had. Another young man who has his own welding company and doing quite well. I know several students that have gone on to become landscapers, and that's just the beginning of the list. I again want to thank you, Dr. McKinstry, for what you do to help these kids find a pathway after high school. And thank you all for wishing me a happy birthday. I appreciate it.
So far as a good start of a year. I'm gonna make plans and visit the high schools in my area. And I think that's gonna be a good thing, and meeting with parents, talking to teachers, principals. If you guys are the public, you guys that came here, if you guys could advise to have people speak up, have them come out here so we could hear them out too. I do advertise the meetings out there, not to discuss anything, but just to throw it out there and just hopefully more people come out here and speak up. It's always good to hear so we can make the changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? All right, I will go last. Just so you know, I got your letter. I got your email. I read it. A lot of concerns I have. I do want to see data. I want to see data. I'm open. Some things, you're probably going to get a hard no from me. I'm a law enforcement officer, 100% support law enforcement. I think we need to be safe. Our kids need to be safe. I'm open for discussion. I'm absolutely open for discussion on how we do it. But at the end of the day, I got to tell you, I support my law enforcement officers out there. I think it's important. Training is always important. How we de-escalate stuff is always important. That's how I've always worked. I'm going to continue to work that way. But I hear you. I'm reading it. And I am, one of the ideas you guys have is a committee. I'm on board with that. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to discuss it with my counterparts. I got to tell you that I was already thinking of that, but not to steal your thunder, but that's about what I got to say. But I know we need to move in back to executive session because we didn't want to keep the students waiting too long. So we're going to
adjourn to closed session and finish the closed session agenda.
yes. So I would like to do that at this time. And then we'll come back out and report. I'll be right there. Yeah, thank you. meeting. Actions to be reported out of a closed session, regular meeting, January 19th, 2023. Report of action taken in closed session. Board members present, all. I'll move to item 16C. May I please have a motion to approve administrative hearing panel recommendations for student expulsions and order as presented, the expulsion of 11 students.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, second. Okay, all those in, or discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Unanimous vote decision. Adjournment. Or making a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right.
I'll second
Discussion?
that. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.